Hello and welcome to the Iesf Africa Qualifiers, where me and my friend Taldus will be bringing you all the action today for North Africa in the first series, and then South Africa, or the southern region of Africa, after that. We have 5 teams in Group A, 3 teams in Group B, and I think at the end of the day, we should know who are the top teams in both groups. But before we start that, I have to say, how are you doing, Taldus? And very nice shirt. You were mentioning it right before we began. I love the blue. It's a very nice contrast,
Yeah, this shirt is so worn down, but I haven't had the heart to replace it. But speaking about the qualifiers, right? I had a lot of fun casting, but I had even more fun tuning in through Dota TV. I believe you also were watching the match between Egypt and Algeria, right? Went 2-1. So it's not as if Group A is pretty weak, right? There are so many good teams vying to try and qualify, and I'm not really too sure about who's going to make it. I mean, I believe you have around 3 to 4 strong teams, right? There's Algeria, Tunisia. I think there's South Africa as well. So it's all. I don't think I can call anything here other than the fact that Nigeria are going to be having a very tough time.
Nigeria is 0-2, and they're going to go up against Tunisia. It's going to be a very tough match for them. They're going up against Algeria. My bad. This is the groups, as we're saying. Group A is Algeria, Egypt, Ghana, Nigeria, and Tunisia. Group B is Madagascar, Namibia, and Southwest Africa. Not Southwest, just South Africa. I don't know why I said Southwest Africa. My bad. South Africa. In Group A, Egypt is leading. They are undefeated. They are 2-0 and very likely the qualifying team. At the moment, we're not quite sure how many are going to qualify, but I believe it. But at least top 1 is going to qualify, and Egypt looks very set to take that top 1 spot.
I'm excited to actually be able to bring to light the Group B match, right, which is going to be happening later on between Namibia and the Republic of South Africa. The South African region is actually pretty well known in the Dota scene. You have Castaway, who's a player. Of course, he's not in these qualifiers because he has moved to Southeast Asia. And you also have personalities like Snare, who is a very well-known caster. So this is a well-established region, and I hope that some of the other regions, right, that we are talking about, because of the impressive performance that they have shown, like Algeria, Egypt, Tunisia, I hope that there is more recognition and a lot more personalities, whether it's players or casters or just, love for esport, just grows in those areas too.
We technically don't even know how good Namibia is because yesterday they weren't able to show up for their match. It was a forced forfeit. So this is going to be the first time they might be able to force a 3-way tie. So these are the matches that are going to be happening. All 3 are happening at the same time. Tunisia is so good. They're playing against Ghana and Algeria at the same time. So is Algeria. They're playing against 2 teams at the same time. I imagine Algeria and Tunisia is not actually happening right now. That is just a minor time thing, But it would be cool if you're like, we have 2 matches. You 3 take on this team. You 2 take on this team. That's how it's going to be working out.
And what's going to be interesting to see is at the end of today who stands on top, right? Because like we mentioned before, so many strong teams, and we didn't have a lot of information going into the qualifiers because none of the players had a Wikipedia profile. But we have seen the games, right? Top 300 to top 1,000 immortals present on Team Egypt, and the similar story occurring over on, I believe you mentioned it was Team Algeria that had those ranked immortals, and then Tunisia also came in. I do think that Tunisia has a divine and an ancient player, if I'm not mistaken. So of course they're not as strong as those 2 top contenders, but they had a pretty convincing performance yesterday, even though it was against a team that is obviously not going to be able to perform all that well because they don't have that much experience, but still they had something to show for themselves, and I'm hoping that they have a shot too at qualifying.
Yeah, you're right. Nigeria didn't do very well, did they? That was ouch. But Tunisia did a good job. But who knows? Nigeria might not. Maybe they learned a lot. We did see at the last game of the day against Egypt, they did do a lot better. And
13 kills.
13 kills. They didn't get 13 kills in 3 matches. They got 2, 4, and 1, or 2, 4, and 2. So they got 13. That's way better. And this is one thing we talked about, right? As you play, you get better. And if you play against a lot of teams that are in countries way better than you, you improve much faster.
It's almost like getting boosted on the competitive stage, right? When you play against a team that's better, and that's true for just about every sport, not just in esports, right? When you compete and play either with or against someone that is much better than you, then you also improve at a rapid pace. But here's the schedule. We have Algeria versus Nigeria, which we will be bringing to you, me and Otomo. And then you also have Ghana versus Tunisia, which is happening at the same time. And then later on tonight is going to be Algeria versus Tunisia. Otomo, that last match is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, that's the one that could go either way. I do believe that the first two, the matches right now are kind of one-sided, but Algeria versus Tunisia, that could go the distance, could go all three games. But in the end, I do believe Algeria comes in with the much better, stats and numbers and performance so far.
But, I don't think this is going to be all the matches for today, because up next, after that, we will have Egypt versus Ghana. Don't have much information on Ghana. We do on Egypt, though. They are stacked, and probably they have Aura as well, right? Who does have a Liquipedia profile. I believe he is the only player that has a Liquipedia. Also is a known personality as a caster and has had a competitive career as well, competing in the Ooredoo Arena back in 2021. Of course, the match we will be bringing to you guys will be Namibia versus the Republic of South Africa. And without knowing much about Namibia, I can't exactly say which team is stronger. But at the end of the day, I wish them both the best of luck.
Yeah, I think they'll need a lot of luck, because when I was looking at the South African players, the Republic of South Africa, they had very, very impressive numbers as well. We're going to go into that later when the match begins, but here's Algeria versus Nigeria. First thing I gotta say, it's nice to see that the flags look very nice next to each other. A little bit similar with the color pattern, which is cool. But that might be where the similarity ends, because Algeria comes in a lot more prepared. Or at least, they've trained for a lot longer at this stage of the game.
Definitely, and we might even see them having a bit of fun. We did have both Tunisia and Egypt going in for a bit of fun against Nigeria, picking up that budge as well. So let's see what Algeria does. And one thing that we do have to highlight is that how well this matchup goes for Algeria is going to determine at least how strong of a team Algeria is, right? Because we saw the matchup between Tunisia and Nigeria, in which Tunisia destroyed Nigeria, but it wasn't as convincing as when Egypt went at it. Egypt finished both of those games within 25 minutes and had more than 2.5 kills per minute against Nigeria. So that's what Algeria is actually competing for. That's the mark that they want to be placing here.
You're so mean, Tultris. You're meaner than me, because you're like, not only are they going to beat Nigeria, but they have to do it like a speed run, that is, oh man. But
my optimism took a hit,
I
look back at it and it's just, I realize that I have to come close to reality now.
Well, let's look at the Algerian teams. They have Mirwan, and Shushu. By the way, that's the nickname of my wife, so it's going to be very awkward when I be like, Shushu dies, no! Hunter, Paradox, and Noob Show, I think. That's a lot of numbers there. I'm not quite sure about that one.
Certainly seems, I think it's Noobie Show.
Could be, right?
I think Noob Show seems easier to pronounce, but don't worry, I got your back. I'll say Shushu whenever there's a play happening, so you don't have to, and we can keep things cool. But I think we saw Nigeria compete yesterday, so I think I remember quite a few of their players. But regarding Algeria's players, don't really have all that much information about them. All I know is that they gave Egypt a run for their money, and actually managed to take one game away from them. And I believe the last game in that series actually took more than 40 or 50 minutes to end. I remember we were waiting for that series to end before we could come on to the cast. But certainly a star-studded roster. Meanwhile, for Nigeria, you have the roster again. It is going to be King Kev on that position 1, TJ and Mom on the position 2 and 3, Hades on that position 4, and Olizra on that position 5. And of course, you do have Sherlock Holmes that also played yesterday for Nigeria. That is their stand-in player.
Well, I do hope one of the teams, by the way, still hasn't made it into the lobby, so I do hope we don't have much of a delay. But yes, this is the team that we saw. We did see them play a stand-in, and they were always changing what position each player is
Oh,
playing, because they're like, my God, we're having a tough time. Do you want to be a carry? Like, I guess I'll be a carry. So that was quite painful for them. Hopefully, it goes a little bit better.
The last composition, though, that was their best one, right? And I hope that they go back to that one because, honestly, all jokes aside, seeing a team with essentially they have 3 uncalibrated players and 2 guardians, right? Seeing a team like that punish over extensions by a team that's ranked immortal is, at the end of the day, pretty fun to see.
I remember one guy, he managed to land the Sunstrike on Sumail, and he was a Guardian, and he put that up as a highlight, and he's like, look, I killed Sumail. I mean, not real, but I brought him down the game with a Sunstrike. He didn't dodge it. And yeah, that's one of the nice things about this. Sure, you'd love to come and win. That's great. But if you don't come and win, if you can come and learn and have some fun, that's worth a lot as well. Life is that experiences. Like this experience of me and casting with you.
Definitely. And speaking of the you get a good kill on someone, you make a nice play, that's bragging material, because if you're a guardian and you love the game, and probably most of your friends will also be around that bracket, right? But if you get a kill on a top player, right, you're above everyone else. You have that material, and we all love to brag about our records in Dota, or in fact any game out there, right? That is, at the end of the day, what makes it so fun, the records that you're able to achieve, how far you are able to go.
I remember about like 4 or 5 years ago, I played 2 pubs with Gabby and Armel, and we won both. And they were ranked 1 and 2 in Southeast Asia. They were on my team, and we won. It was very different because we were up against the Morphling Earthshaker combo when it was at its peak, and they were like, and I was playing Call, and they're like, listen, just chakra me after I do this spell. I think they were playing, one of them was playing Faces for it. And that's all I had to do. They're like, just do that properly and we'll win the game. And I was like, okay. He does it. I pressed E. He was able to go in and out, and we won the game from that. And I was like, I still remember Gabby and Armel playing with the TNC Legends. So it's very much the same. And that was me on their team. Imagine kicking their asses. Well, not kicking their asses, but getting a pick off on them. That's still pretty good.
For me, I remember being ecstatic when I would even get into a match with a pro player, right? I remember queuing up, and then I had Yamate on the other side, and I was just so happy. I probably was the happiest to lose in that moment. I didn't even care. That was pure bliss. But that's what Nigeria get to do, and I'm a bit envious of them getting to play so many matches, having those matches costed and also brought to light, so they can go learn from their mistakes as well, show their friends. Right, yep. It's probably we don't have that many teams who aren't all that skilled, but their matches aren't broadcasted. Nigeria's are, so
yes.
They have something to take back home at the end of the day. They're not going empty-handed.
Exactly, right? They have been like, look at this, we played, we're here, that's our name. But while we wait for the teams to show up, I want to ask you, new patch came out today, just this morning. I remember I got the patch out, I was asleep, and I was like, ding, I was like, what's going on? Patch bot, what's going here? And then 7.39C dropped. And did anything stand out for you? Did you feel like anything was interesting?
I think that the small minor adjustments in the patch is something that's going to be something to look forward to, right?
Yep.
Because I don't think it'll change the meta much, but it will definitely change the laning phase. We do have the ongoing PGL Wallachia, and then we'll have another tournament that got announced recently, the Clavivision Snorui. So we'll see. Teams will have plenty of time to practice and adjust inside of the new meta. And I'm someone that, us casters, we love to theorize, but at the end of the day, the players often, I feel like, because they play so much Dota and they scrim against the very best as well, they often have the upper hand at actually figuring out the meta a bit quicker.
Yeah, right. It's like because again, you're going through it much faster. Like if you play 1 game a day and he's playing 10, in 2 days in a few days he's just so much further ahead of you. He's like, okay, I've tried this here, this here, this here. I played against this here, this here, this here, and I know which one's good or bad. So it will be interesting in a couple of 3 or 4 days if one hero emerges. But overall, I thought apart from Chaos Knight, most of the changes were kind of minor. Like Spectre, Mana nerf is a bit of a big deal, but Chaos Knight is the only hero that I expect to significantly go up in popularity. If people don't know, his shard used to be when you throw the stun, you get an illusion for 6 seconds. It does 70% of your damage. Now it does 85.
I recall you talking about the Sand King too.
Yes.
About how Sand King got buffed.
Yes. Burrow Strike does 30 damage more at max level. It's 0, 10, 20, 30. You know the shard, which causes the epi every 3.5 seconds?
Yeah.
Now it's every 3 seconds, which is, I need to mathemize it, but that's something like 17% more damage on it, which is great value. And also his level 25 talent got better from 45% blind to 50% blind, which is much nicer. What the hell is 45%? Give me 50 or 25 or 40. Don't give me 45.
I wonder who comes up with these numbers as well. I know there was a patch. I don't think it was the last one or even the one before that, but it was a patch in which they changed the intelligence of Lion from 19 to 20. Right, just one. And I'm like, what is the thought process behind that? I don't really know. Of course, it must be a lot of numbers as well. Yes. I'm pretty sure there's a bit of AI as well that helps these developers build it up. But it does seem a bit arbitrary, almost as if you're giving candy to a kid to, satiate their appetite more than anything else. Because the Dota community can be a bit unwavering in you say it a lot better, a bit impatient with how often they want updates and how about just about everything actually. How many tournaments did they want as well. I remember reading a thread on when Snorui got announced yesterday, and people were like, we have too many tier 1 tournaments, almost as if they don't have a choice in how often they tune into watching a match.
It's like, I have to watch. Like, another one. It's like saying what? More fantastic ice cream? Well, I didn't order this. Like, yeah, this is a good thing. Looks like everyone's in. We might be going to the draft in a second or two. So I'm glad the teams were able to show up with no penalty. We're only a couple of minutes delay, so no big deal there. And we are going to go in the draft as we hope everyone's able to connect. There's always that thing. Show up on time, then make sure everyone connects. It's a multi-step process getting this going.
Yeah, hopefully there aren't too many disconnects though. There were a few, I believe, disconnections happening. That was okay because we can fill the air pretty easily, and obviously Nigeria is really fun to cast. I will say that. They might not be very good, but they are a personality. Right, and just the amount of that is happening in the game, not to mention the amount of kills that are happening in the game, that's something to look forward to. But we're going to head straight into the draft, and for the first I actually thought Nigeria was on the right there. Remember all 4 games yesterday, Nigeria banned out a Templar Assassin and a Medusa?
Yep, they don't want to go up against these like heroes that with shields or who use mana as a resource instead of health. And I do believe it's because they want to pick Huskar and Doom, but they didn't get their hands on those 2 heroes in all the games they played. There goes Medusa, as usual. Now, Algeria banning out the Ancient Apparition tells me that maybe Morphling is an option. These are, the very strong hero, like not very strong hero, but these very strong counts. When you remove them, you're like, I want this. And look, Lion, that 1 intelligence. 1 intelligence, see? Teltris, it makes a difference.
I wonder though, what Algeria will be going for. Do you remember any of the heroes that they picked in their series versus Egypt?
They did pick a Sven. They did pick a Lion as well. Actually, I don't have to look at that. They picked an Axe, an Abaddon. They picked Lion a bunch of times. Shadow Shaman, Phoenix. Nothing too crazy. Like Legion Commander was a bit unusual. That's about it. And Viper. But again, they're not even that out of them. And they're just like, oh, we haven't seen them for a couple of weeks.
I wonder if they realize the skill difference that currently exists. For them to do that, they would have had to tune into Nigeria's matches, right? So they could possibly be playing full force. But they're going to go for the Nature's Prophet, and Nigeria are going to go for the Shadow Shaman again. We saw this picked up for themselves, I think, twice yesterday, both in the series against Tunisia and in the series against Egypt. So they're going to go for it again. And let's see how well it works out for them. Algeria, though, they're going for that global presence, so they're probably going to be playing a similar way to how Egypt was playing, just getting kills all across the map. And let's see.
The thing also about the Nature's Prophet is that he gives you push because I imagine some of these teams, you come in, you're like, I know I'm much better than them. I don't need to take a very slow draft, and I can just take very fast play it, end the game. There's still another match after this for these two teams. Algeria might not want to, like, if you can finish your job in 3 hours, why finish it in 6 instead?
Yeah, we will have to see some of the other picks. Of course, Nigeria does have the ban right now. And do you think that Nigeria, this was their research going into this tournament? Because it is a bit strange seeing two exact bans come out, right? But turns out they actually banned the Swen. We saw the Swen against Nigeria yesterday. They didn't exactly have a good of a time with it. But something that I'm interested in is the fact that Nigeria, for both of their first game in both of their series, they picked up AoE ultimate heroes like the Darkseer and the Tidehunter. I wonder if they'll be going for the same thing here.
Tidehunter wouldn't be so bad in this game, especially against Matt Ryder. One thing I'd like to see Nigeria. Ooh, that's Mr. Ogre himself. That's your 4 and 5. I really hope that Nigeria learned one thing from yesterday, which is buy a magic stick when you're up against Matt Ryder. Because they were up against Matt Ryder, they didn't buy a magic stick, and you're watching, you're like, no! They went boots first, no items. He didn't even have boots, by the way. He just had to buy boots later. You're like, no! But Bristleback comes out. This hero did receive quite a sizable nerf to the Snot Rocket. So...
And the armor reduction too, I think, right?
Yep.
The armor reduction is decreased, and it's not by much. I think it's a 0.25 reduction, but it won't matter in this match. But it's 0.5. Okay, so 0.5 is kind of sizable, right? Particularly as you need to launch multiple goose stacks. That means that if you launch 2 of them, they're going to be doing 1 whole less armor reduction than before. So that is pretty significant. Of course, I don't think it's going to matter much for this series, but it should definitely matter for some of the bigger matches out there.
Yeah, and also the duration's been reduced from 6 to 5 seconds, so it's just less efficient. Windrunner comes out for Nigeria. A bold decision here. I think they might want to consider banning out something like a Zeus. We talk about global presence. I don't think Zeus is particularly good, but that is a hero that, when you're playing very aggressive with your team, having a Zeus on your side, throwing out that Thunder God's Wrath is a big, very big help. And he did receive a buff, I believe. Yes, 1 intelligence.
There it is again, the 1 intelligence. But I do hope that, and normally I don't hope for one particular team to have any aspect going in their favor, because I like things to be 50-50 between both of these teams. But the problem is that this is so heavily stacked against Nigeria that I can't help but hope that the RNG goes in favor of the Ogre Magi. I hope that he gets the multicasts that he wants, because he's going to need it.
Let's hope he even gets there. The nice thing that he will get there at level 5 if he takes the correct facet. Nigeria had trouble securing their wisdom shrines, and Nature's Prophet makes it extra difficult to get it, right? Like, you really have to be on top of your game to get those shrines on time. As Algeria, they're taking their time with their bans here. Again, I feel like Zeus is going to come out last for Algeria. For Nigeria, they need probably a carry. I'd like to see Bristol off lane. Someone against Lycan.
They do have quite the pushing lineup though. Lycan, Furion, it's I think they are gearing to make quick work of game number 1. No, not fooling around. We are not seeing a Pudge come out, right? Which both Egypt and Tunisia did go for. So they are giving quite a bit of respect to the Nigerian squad.
Actually, Batrider is also a great tower pusher. It's actually if you get his shard at 15 minutes, he melts buildings now, which is a very nice upgrade for the hero. They ban out the Kunkka and the Lifestealer. All right, what do you want here, Nigeria, for your last pick? What care do you want to show us? I don't want a draw range or a sniper. I don't want to see something like that. I think you're up against Lycan Bat, Monkey King, and NP. You need something big, strong, manly, muscles and all that stuff.
Perhaps a Dragon Knight? With the Bloodlust wouldn't be all that bad. And the armor reduction is already going to be coming in with the Bristleback. Or perhaps, they can even go for something like the Phantom Assassin. It's not all that good against the Batrider or even the Monkey King, but still has that coup de grace and has the ability to proc with that RNG.
I guess so. Something like that. Maybe a Tiny also would work very well if it's a carry Tiny. You can toss Monkey King outside of the Wukong. Although, Is that a big deal? I don't know if you can like swap in if it's instantly. I know he got a facet change. They got the the anti-mage. Who's it gonna be right now? I want to see Tiny. I want to see Tiny out of all the options. Oh, I played Carry Abaddon today and won. I was very surprised. It's always fun when you play a different role, and it's like, it's so easy. Why are people complaining all the time? Like you play carry, my support rotates. I'm like, okay, see you later. Bye bye, Habibi. Come back later when you're ready. You go farm a couple of jungle camps, and you go back. You're like, that's it. Like, carries.
Nigeria are taking their sweet time with their last pick.
Oh yes.
Perhaps thinking they have banned out the anti-mage as well. Again, all of these heroes, apart from, I would say, the Ursa and the Puck, are heroes that they were faced up against in the previous series that they played. So perhaps they're afraid of that one. I will say that the anti-mage did not really have the amount of impact that Nigeria
they were hoping for.
Nigeria banned them for, but they're going to double down. They are going to pick the same thing, and they are going to be going for the Drow Ranger. I do think that the Drow Ranger should be played by the same person that played the Drow in game number 4 in the last game of the day yesterday for Nigeria.
Unfortunate. You pick Drow and Wind Ranger, and then they go for a Huskar on the other side. Probably going to have a decent time against the Windrunner. This was a really unfortunate last pick, this Drow Ranger. I understand some of the logic. It's a great buff. Her innate is fantastic for the Windrunner because you give her so much extra damage. But unfortunately, 4 of the enemy heroes have great mobility, and Drow is very fragile. One of them literally shows up right next to you. I don't know. Oh, Shushu's on Huskar. I think he can pull it off. Just the name always.
Probably. I don't think he's going to have much difficulty. I will say that the Wind Ranger does much better against the Huskar because of the Wind Run. Right, won't be getting hit by those burning spears. But again, we know the skill issue.
Actually, you bring up a good point. You do bring up a good point. The facet. There is the facet that would kill someone if they're below a certain health threshold. Huskars tend to play below, very low health. You can snipe him out with a good power shot. Is that what he's going for? Oh yeah, he has kill shot already. Okay, all right, that's a nice idea actually.
But let's see if it works for them, because at the end of the day, these are skill shots, right? And you do have to land those abilities, and you're playing against a Huskar that is not going to be standing still. He is going to be moving, he is going to be zigzagging and trying to dodge as best as he can. I will say that if Nigeria are able to stack up their spells, they have, yesterday we saw the lack of control coming in from their side. This time around, they have the stuns, they have the damage, even the scaling is present for them should it go towards that late game. But it's going to start from minute 1, right? They have to bring their A game and 100%, right? They have to get, at the very least, they have to make sure that they don't get completely pounded in that laning phase.
I think the pounding will be happening. I think they're I believe that the saying is they're going to pound town, because that's what's going to be going on. We'll go into the game in just a second here, as we are going to be seeing Nigeria versus Algeria, game number 1. Nigeria, unlikely or nearly impossible to make the playoffs. Algeria, they do need to make sure they get a victory in every remaining game. Let's see some of the facets that we're working with. It's going to be Snot Rocket, Chicken Fingers, Learning Curve for Ogre Magi, which is very helpful, Kill Shot, we mentioned for the Wind Ranger, and Sidestep for the Drow. You can walk while you multi-shot. I like that one. What do we have?
I wonder if we'll see a kill very early on.
Oh no. They just get dewarded mid. That's unfortunate. Oh my god, that's a little bit aggressive there. Oh, by the way, the Nature's Prophet took the Nature's Prophet facet. I have not seen this in the competitive game. This will be interesting.
Not so far, but I think this is going to be the best use case for that particular facet, because we will probably be seeing a lot of kills happen.
I think so too. I want to play more Nature's Prophet, but we'll see if Marwan.
I don't like the hero.
You don't like? I
don't like the hero.
You don't like him? Why not? You get a barrier when you tell.
Because I have, trauma from the TI3 days. I have trauma from when
Oh
Admiral
god.
Bulldog, the Nature's Prophet, the split push that couldn't be stopped, right? You can split push, but if your split push is so good that the enemy team can't do anything, that's a problem.
That's something like 15 years ago, by the way. Come on, it's all over now. Let's see. Oh, Bat Rider starting off boots first. I think they want to. Can they kill him? Seems unlikely. He's moving very fast. He's walking with the water current, and Red Mouse should be just fine. Bit of a.
Yeah, he'll make it to the safety of his tower. Of course, the Lycan Wolves are coming in as well, and seems like he's going to be fine. But the problem is, the Ogre Magi can't exactly do much to negate the pressure that Algeria are going to be building up on this Drow Ranger.
Yep. I do like that the supports on the Nigeria side have bought a lot more regeneration. Tangos and salves for on both of these supports. Sorry. Well, two sets of tangos for the ogre, tango and salve for the. Oh, that's far for Mr. Drow over there. Pladno.
He's probably going to be fine. Interestingly, the Ogre Magi
Yes.
is not
I see
trying
it too.
to help out the Dry. He does not care at all. He only cares about staying alive. Meanwhile, towards that top side, it's Hades who's the one in trouble. One more strike to activate that Jingu, but Nigeria went for the shackle, but actually cancelled it, allowing Hunter to pick up that first blood. And he just lets the Shadow Shaman go because he's already gotten what he wanted.
Oh yeah, I like what the ogre's doing. By the way, this is how every pudge plays in a pub. You just stay behind your carry. Hey, everything okay? Should I? Okay, I'm not gonna hook it. That's it. So the ogre magic. To be fair, he is not gonna be able to do much until level 2 anyway, because he doesn't have any spells.
Ultimo, I bet that's the exact excuse he's making right now. I don't have any spells. What do you want me to do in the lane, right?
Like, you got a body. It's big. He's got 2 mangoes and 5 tangos. But so it's like you have regen. Oh, this is elastic as well. Well, that's a nice one. They do get a courier down here by Hades. Good job on them. But the CS is starting to become a problem.
Yeah, already, and it's not going to be much better. And surprisingly, it's the off lane for Algeria that is leading that CS shot. It is the Lycan. Of course, Hunter did miss out on a few CS because he went for that kill. And are they going to be going for another one? No. Mirwan not really throwing out that sprout quite just yet.
Oh, I mean, a mid lane, I think wind range. Oh no, wind range is low, but she is still alive here. As bomb lane, I hear some spells coming out. You have 2 points ignite, 1 point fire blast. Suddenly, the bomb lane a little bit better. Drow Ranger is starting to get some CS at least. I like that.
I mean, 9 CS on Drow is not bad at all, honestly. And the comparison is Nigeria's previous games, right?
Yes.
You have to consider that they are playing much better than they were yesterday.
Exactly. Like, we can already see that. Like, look at that. That's a pretty solid shackle. It's unfortunately there's a lot of creeps, but it's still a good idea. And they bought a lot more regen. Remember, Nigeria, the player, started off game 1 yesterday with no items, just going straight up boost. He didn't have boost.
Oh! The Bat Rider, though. One more hit will be enough. Red Mouse, Nigeria actually take the fight to Algeria, and they'll be picking up a kill. But unfortunately for Pladnot, he's going to get dove inside of his tier 1 tower. The wolves will be enough, and Mirwan will actually find that last kill and the bounty from those trees.
I love how we went for it, actually. So wait, how much do you get? You get 2 times the hero's level, right? 2 times the hero's level, and you get 6 total. It's not bad. I mean, what was the draw? Level 3? 6, 12, 36 extra gold. Okay. Oh, Mirwan, top lane.
Yeah, it's not bad goal for a support. Meanwhile, Mirwan trying to accumulate more of it with Hunter's Zingu being activated. But he doesn't have the intention. He's going to throw out that Boundless, and it's going to be a kill on Nigeria. Mirwan picking up the bounties once again.
Yeah, they're giving 4 gold per bag. Oh, sorry, 6 gold per bag. It's honestly, as a facet, this was a bit sad.
Oh,
bomb lane.
Another dive happening. This time, Mirwan, he's all over the map. Going to go towards that bot side. Won't be needed though, as Newbie Show was able to pick up that kill, and now with 3 heroes on that Ogre Magi, Red Mouse nowhere to go, is going to fall, and a killing spree for that Nature's Prophet.
The Shadow Shaman I've seen this yesterday as well. He doesn't really rotate to help his team, and situations like this, he needed to go bottom lane. He had a TP scroll available. He just just TP to top without kind of like being there. Even King Kev could have gone. You really need to work on that if you're on the Nigerian squad. Top lane, they might do something here.
Yeah, the Shackle and the Ogre Magi coming in. There's a rotation you wanted to see, Ojimo. And Hunter, unfortunately, it seems he turned the fortunes around on towards Nigeria. But now he may not have place to go. Is going to get taken down. And Mirwan, unfortunately, his teleport was a bit too late for Algeria.
Oh, King Kev, getting burned, getting jumped, probably getting killed as well. Ah, well. But yeah, this is what we do want to see more of this. Even though like Nigeria does this and like maybe they lose the core in the other lanes, it's giving you good ideas to improve this. You're like, oh yeah, rotations are useful. Did you see that? I just killed an enemy carry so easily. I should be doing this more and more often. Stop lane, Hades.
He's trying to fight back, but it's just not going to happen. I mean, you don't want to be trading hits with a Monkey King. And Nigeria is also going to learn that painful lesson as he's also going to go down. Mirwan taking the bounties once again. You would think that if he really wanted that bounty, he might as well have picked himself up a bounty hunter.
Right, but bounty hunter doesn't have the same global presence as Nature's Prophet or Push Power. So, yeah. You know, there are benefits here and there. Again, Nigeria, they are doing a better job than before, which I'm down for it. Oof,
that nod might actually get taken down here as Paradox activating his shapeshift, making a move on that Drow Ranger. Doesn't care about these tower hits and is most likely going to be going back, but I say that, but he's being wary because of the Ogre Magi's presence here, and it seems like it's going to be enough. But unfortunately, it's Nigeria faltering over on the other side of the map. Both their mid laner and their offlane duo go down.
Well, at least they're able to keep the Drow alive, and she is farming, so that's something. But the mid lane massacre, 42 to 10 CS. Doctor, is that a good diagnosis or a bad one?
No, I feel like Nigeria have been on palliative management since yesterday, and things are not looking good.
No, yeah, it's pretty brutal, especially the top lane. I feel like Hades has suffered a lot and will continue to suffer.
Yeah, he's no way for him to escape right now. He should ideally just abandon this lane and go back to the jungle, in all honesty. Because the more he stays here, the more of these kills he's giving away to Hunter and Mirwan, who's not going to give him any kind of breathing room.
You know, I gotta say, I haven't seen a whole lot of trees. They have to, whenever he kills, he has to be within 750 radius. I feel like I'm not seeing as many trees as I thought. Yeah, so far, but it'll get there eventually.
I think you have to keep in mind that the Nature's Prophet facet doesn't take into account that you're completely steamrolling the other team, right?
Yeah.
You want some levels up on the other side as well, so that makes for those bounties to be more valuable. But so far, it's Algeria running over Nigeria, and the only thing going in Nigeria's favor is that Drow Ranger, like you mentioned, who is able to gain that CS on 32 lost hits, but again might end up suffering here on both sides of the map. In fact, Algeria are going to be making the move. On the top side, it's going to be Hunter taking down that Shadow Shaman, and on the bot lane is going to be Mirwan, who takes down that Ogre Magi.
Somehow the Huskar also died. I think he walked into a tower or something. It says the Dire killed him, which is impossible because he is Dire. So that's a little bit confusing to see.
That's the RNG that Nigeria are hoping for, you know?
Hey, it is! Oh, okay, good silence.
Yeah, and perhaps with the Shadow Shaman coming in, they can attempt to chase Hunter down, but they need to be careful of his Jingu mastery. The power shot coming in too, and Hunter is going to pay for the killing spree, going the way of King Kev, and Algeria are getting punished for their overextension.
Yep, they're learning slowly, right? They're like, yo, we keep doing this. It's like, these are big movements and improvements that are happening for the team.
Radiant's middle
And
Oh, I hear
already,
last-
you know, they've broken their first series record. I do hear a lasso. Of course, we will need to ban it down. And unfortunately, is Vladnov the only glimmer of hope for Nigeria who's going to go down? Not good.
He just picks up a bunch of these. Oh my god, it's hilarious. Well, in the meantime, Algeria 11,000 gold lead at this point of the game, and soon we'll start seeing them think about, okay, how are we going to end this game? You do have Paradox to go for. Yep, he's got the Helm of the Dominator. He's going all for the Helm of the Overlord. Just push as Hades dies again. 0-6 on this Bristleback.
It's all working out. And I suppose, you know, Nigeria have been trying this idea for a while. Give their offlaner the tankiest hero possible in the game. They tried it with the Tidehunter, they're trying it with the Bristleback. And unfortunately, it's just not working out for them.
Not yet at least. You know, give him time.
And they're trying. Hades is even throwing down the only voice lines that's available to him. Against the, you know, level 30 voice lines are being thrown at him.
Oh, Paradox, he's in wolf form. There's no way you're catching him. He just makes it out. Well, Algeria right now. That's Shackle. Oh.
Yeah, but Shadow Shaman falling too low. The creeps are just too much, too overpowering for Nigeria. Wind Ranger is going to die too. And on the other side, the Ogre Magi fell to that Huskar, so... Oh.
Alright, Taltris, I have a very important question for you. Are you ready?
What was that drought? Oh yeah, go for it.
Do you think this is an Ogre Hand of Midas game?
Listen.
Yes.
I don't think he's getting to the hand of Midas. I don't think he can make an item in this game.
But do you think it's a good game for Hand of Midas? Hades getting dove on. One more. What? No, one more. There's the tree. Where's the tree? There it is. Look at the gold nuggets, which... Hey! You did the fasten. You picked it up. Come on. There we go. That's a lot of gold. Well, Roshan is dropped by the Huskar. Okay.
I think the Ogre's itemization is kind of... irrelevant. I would like to see that in a situation where this game goes on to an infinite timer, at what time the Ogre Magi does end up getting that Hand of Midas. Meanwhile, boss side is the full force of Nigeria that's going to descend upon that Lycan. The stun from the Ogre Magi is going to hold Paradox in place, and the rest of them, King Kev with that shackle and going to run him down. But unfortunately, Algeria is going to be able to come in with that counter initiation and clean the rest of Nigeria up. Vladnod going to eat so many of those spears, and the that is still alive in that fight, but not for long as they finally got up to him. And King Kev, yeah, he's dead.
5 to 28, 18,000 gold for Algeria. Observer, can we look at the net worth? Because I believe the top 5 net worth are all on the Algeria side, and that is one of the benefits, of course. Yep, of having a guy who literally prints gold.
Bristleback going to be brought back, but he's surviving for now. And once again, Nigeria are here. The Monkey King taking a whole lot of damage. Hex up at the power shot, the kill shot to come. Perfect position. But of course, it was all made possible thanks to the Sprout coming in from Mir 1 that held the Monkey King in place. And now it's all eyes on that Huskar. Can he actually hold his ground there? The Aegis is going to be popped, but he has 2 lives, so Nigeria have to be careful. They might want to consider going back over here. Vladnod, he's going to hold his position, and Nigeria, they're going to stare down Algeria. They are a brave crew right now.
That was very well. That was... Yes, they lost Raxes, but they were able to get the Aegis out of the hands of Huskar and get a kill. Hades, unfortunately, will he be able to survive? Okay, that's not enough burn damage. He should be okay.
The question is the Shadow Shaman Shackle going to be enough? But unfortunately, Algeria, they have too many numbers here, even with the creeps coming in from the Lycan. And now it's time for Nigeria to try and get away Vladnod.
Ooh, good
Shackle actually going to land on the Monkey King, but unfortunately, the Drow Ranger does not exactly have that much damage. Algeria, meanwhile, are focusing their attention on this mid lane of Rax.
I mean, it doesn't look like they'll be able to hold this one, though. 5 versus 4, Algeria is not diving in. They're just going for buildings. The Shackles have been immaculate so far, but that one unfortunately doesn't land. Shushu's keeping his life at a very reasonable... He's actually healing more than the damage he's taking. And he's above the threshold for the kill shot. Very unfortunate. Oh, Wukong.
Wukong's command is going to be channeled, and unfortunately, this is going to spell the end for Nigeria. They're going to lose 4 of their heroes, make it a full team wipe. Mirwan with a beyond godlike streak.
Look at the gold!
It's not a full team, but the shadow shot. Yeah, the bounties are still. The bounties are all on the floor for them to take.
I love how he picks it up and it's like 14 gold, and you're like, oh shit, that guy's only level 7. Yeah, that's not very helpful.
Oh man, and it's not even Algeria's heroes aren't that leveled up, to be fair.
Yep. I mean, yeah, so you see like level 10 and 12 versus 7 and 8, and it's like you're not that far ahead, but they're just playing at a much faster pace. Any big items for Nigeria we can look at? The Drows working towards a Dragon Lance. Oh dear! Wind Ranger! Okay. All the stuns at the same time, which means that unfortunately for them, they're not going to be able to lock down Hunter for much. Big jump by the Huskar. That's going to be the Shadow Shaman dead. Another more Hades, this poor fellow. He's got a Vanguard, but that's not going to be enough to keep him alive.
Yeah, perhaps Nigeria should, for the next game, look towards building up blade mails, just multiple blade mails, and just throw the damage back at Algeria. I don't see many other ways in which they can contest Algeria, but I will say that if I were to rank the 3 teams that have already faced Nigeria, it's going to be Egypt on top, followed with Algeria, and then Tunisia on 3rd position, considering the 3 performances that we do have a record of.
For sure. And despite Tunisia being the first, Nigeria has been performing better and better. So they still look like Tunisia, we can say they had the best score against Nigeria, but Nigeria is actually like going up against better teams and putting up more of a fight, which is a weird thing to say. As well, everyone's dying.
Yeah, the Wukong's command here, it's just not gonna happen. Full team wipe to come about the Hurricane Pike. They actually brought Hunter in, and they're going to be able to take down the Monkey King and the Huskar. Algeria to lose 2 of their cores. But the question is, can they mount up a comeback? Turns out they can't, as the throne did end up falling.
17 minutes, quickest game so far in this tournament apart from any forfeit. Algeria takes game 1 very convincingly. They had a very fast push strat with a Nature's Prophet, with a Helm of the Overlord Lycan, going fast. The mid Huskar absolutely crushed, and Hunter very aggressive on that Monkey King. Did give away a few kills, but that's not very relevant. They were like, we want to give kills and get 4 or 5 in return every time. That's exactly what he did.
Yeah, and I will say that Algeria were playing surprisingly, focused, because they matchup against Nigeria a bit more seriously than Tunisia or Egypt were. But it's at the end of the day, they seem to make it work. And considering the fact that Algeria have already lost 1 series, they do not have the opportunity or the leeway to actually take any chances, even if it is against a team that they surely will win against, right? So,
yep,
kudos to them. But again, it's still a best of 3. So at the end of the day, Nigeria, I'm more interested in what Nigeria will look like at the end of these qualifiers. How strong will they possibly get? And if they're able to take even a single game away in any of the series, I would consider that a win. I'm already a fan of Nigeria, by the way, but that will win me over completely.
Now, well, probably Ghana would be, I expect, a similar skill level to Nigeria, so I think that's going to be their best chance to be able to be like, all right, we get at least a series victory. That might be the best one for them, as the highlights show an absolutely dominant Algeria crushing it throughout the game. Oh, it's a very fast draft, though that was a good kill on getting Paradox in that situation, but it's just not enough. As we said, you get 1, but you lose 3 or 4 every time.
And that's just because of the fact that Algeria are a lot more well coordinated. And I love the fact that in the highlights we got to see all of Nigeria's skills, like all 5 of them. Oh man, that is something that is good to watch. I would like to see a punch though. I will say that the hooks, and in particular, I think the production also has a wonderful time at creating the replays for those hooks, and it's just very pleasurable to see.
I'm looking at the rankings, and the highest is Crusader 5 for Nigeria. That's fine, next time you'll get there. Next time we see them, hopefully they'll be a little bit higher ranked.
I don't remember the medals. Is Crusader more or less than Guardian?
Crusader's more. It's Herald, Guardian, and Crusader. So
Oh,
I'm the same, by the way. I'm like, I started at Divine when the medals were introduced, so I just don't know what are the ones below it. And some people are like, oh, they're like these Archon. I'm like, what is Archon? Which one is it exactly? I know it's low, but which one? As you can look at what. Oh, the gold from healer eliminations is nearly the same, but I imagine Mirwan and the creep kills and all that adds up to a lot of extra gold.
I'm actually pretty impressed with Mirwan because he was playing a hero that was teleporting all across the map, but he's the only one from Algeria that didn't even die a single time.
Yeah, he was able to, and he went for nice tanky items. The Spirit Vessel gives you so much health, a little bit less now than before, but it gives you more attributes and a Solar Crest, so you do get a lot of like extra durability out of that.
Impressive that Paradox has 19 assists, the highest assists in his team, more so than the Nature's Prophet. So it's these scores that are pretty surprising to me. Like they're usually doesn't happen this way.
To be fair, Mirwan also has 10 kills and Paradox has 5, so Mirwan was like in more kills overall.
Ultima, look at Wind Ranger's the amount of kills that the Wind Ranger has. 4 kills. That is insane, considering the fact that he did not have a good lane at all. But it's at the end of the day, it's a skill shot based heroes, right? And we even saw a great moment in which he was able to get off a very good power shot on towards that Monkey King, on towards Hunter. So kudos to him for making that hero work. I mean, honestly, it can be a bit daunting with the skill gap that is present, but they were able to at least get something out of it.
Yeah, it was impressive to see. The biggest problem though is they gotta work on their offlane duo, Hades and Nigeria. They are like just giving out way too many kills at the laning stage. It's costing them a lot. They need to get Nigeria maybe to leave Hades and go rotate, or bring the position 5 red mouse, go top. Either way, they cannot. Like, this is the weak point at the moment, is that 3-4 combination. It's not working out. Not saying that like it's all, like the others are so much better or anything, or someone should be kicked. That's not what I'm saying, but you have to find some adjustment to make the 3-4 move better or have a better time early.
But of course, that was just game number 1. Nigeria will continue on competing, continue on winning some fans. Hopefully by the end of the series, Automo 2 will be one of their fans. Hopefully he will change from being a realist and join me in my optimism of Nigeria. Of course, it's unlikely to happen, but it's a game of Dota where anything can actually happen. Who will take this series? It's most likely going to be Algeria, but I hope you guys will join us and join us till the very end. Of course, we will take a short break to see that next match, which is going to come right up for you guys.
Hello and welcome back to the Iesf Esports World Qualifiers. We're doing Africa region right now. We're currently at North Africa between Nigeria and Algeria. It's Algeria right there. Oh no, I just got kicked out of the lobby. One second, I'll be fixing that. But I'm Atomo, join me is Taltris, and we're having fun, aren't we? This has been pretty good qualifier so far, right?
Definitely, will be entertaining. And one thing that I was thinking of, was the fact that we saw a lot of teams pick the Pudge against Nigeria. Otomo, how do you feel if Nigeria were the ones who picked up that Pudge?
That'll be a very nice, Uno reverse card, as they say, right? Like you thought you were going to kick our butt with Pudge, but no, we're going to kick our own butts with the Pudge, with a lot of missed hooks, a lot of ultimates instantly being casted. That was pretty fun. I wouldn't mind saying it. So far, everyone has beaten Nigeria in game 2 with a Pudge. It's like sort of the thing to do. It's like, I won. I pick a Pudge, have some fun.
And do you think that Nigeria are going to once again be banning out that Templar Assassin and the Medusa?
Yes, it seems to be their bread and butter. Like, we don't quite get it ourselves. Like, we know these are like popular heroes, but it's strange to me that you think every single team is like, we're gonna pick it. You're losing to other stuff. Maybe pick stuff that you're kind of encountering more like hero, like player dependent. But now they're just like Medusa, Templar Assassin. Every game has to be banned.
We're getting a bit of insight into what kind of a research that lower ranked teams do, right? It's just the first 2 bans. Just make sure that you have those first 2 bans locked down. It's going to be those 2 heroes, guys. I'm telling you, you ban those 2 heroes and we have a shot at it. But no, all jokes aside, at the end of the day, Templar Assassin and Medusa are one of the 2, or rather both of them are the 2 most picked heroes in the recent competitive meta as well. Yep. So it makes sense to ban them. And a Templar Assassin that's in the hands of a team like Algeria is just going to dominate all the way through. Of course, they can do that with other heroes as well, but who knows what the right strategy is for Nigeria?
Probably just play and have fun, enjoy your time, and go home with some stories. It's just that's how it works out. Not everything you do will succeed from the beginning, and your first qualifier. I mean, you've probably competed a few qualifiers. I know I have. There's a lot of losing before we actually made it to a LAN or 2 and got some money out of it and got to play against other real teams. And even this at a very low level. So this is very high country versus country. Best players in the country. So be realistic.
And at the end of the day, it's also about the friends you make in this journey, right? Not just inside of your own Nigerian crew, but also against some of the teams you're playing. I remember when I joined aboard CCT, I quickly made friends with a lot of the casters. I became good friends with you as well. So it's a very wholesome community, and that's what Dota is and esports is all about, bringing community together across borders, right?
Yes.
You can be playing with someone who's 1,000 kilometers away and you can still have a meaningful relationship with them, and that to me is something that makes esports very special. And I'm glad that the International Esports Federation has given a platform for all of these players to be able to do that.
Yeah, well, but see, for us to be officially friends, you have to add me on Steam, you have to also add me on Facebook, and you have to share your bank information with me. That third one, like without that one, there's just no friendship. It feels very one-sided for me. So we did the first 2. I'm waiting for number 3. That's the important one.
Sorry, I kind of number 3 of what?
Of us being friends.
The bank account.
Yes.
I thought we agreed. We made a deal yesterday where I was going to, have a buffet for you and the production crew. For a brown person like me, that's when you establish friendship.
That's
if they come over to yours and you feed them with some food, that's the true hallmark of friendship right there.
That's love right there. All right. Since we love making deals and bets, actually, let's go with the one. Game 2, Algeria versus Nigeria. Will it go above or below 20 minutes?
20. I think it'll go above 20 minutes.
Really? Game 1 ended in 16. You sure you want to go? You sure about that? You sure about
Okay,
that,
okay, okay, okay.
doctor?
Let's change it up. Let's say it goes above 18 minutes.
Oh, 18. All right, you know what?
Yeah.
We'll make it interesting. Since we have the draft, we'll be able to make that after the draft goes in.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll also have a kill. We'll make a few of these kills, time. And we'll make a meal out of it, like the meal I'll
I
be
wish there
having.
was a way to involve the all of you viewers as well into some of these deals. Of course, I can't get you guys a home cooked meal, but it will be fun to interact with you guys and see if you guys are watching. Do let us know how long you guys think is going to be. There are two camps here. There's the
Yes.
Tultras camp and there's the Automo camp, right? I'm saying that the game is going to go on for more than 18 minutes, and Automo says it's going to be less than 18 minutes. And
No,
of course, the time will be adjusted depending on the draft.
exactly right. I haven't yet put it there as we start. Algeria, Nigeria, for the first time in 6 games, has banned different heroes. I like this because, by the way, you know what Algeria is going to do, right? They're going to pick up RSS and Medusa. They're going to pick them because they saw them banned so many times, and they'll be like, "You made a mistake." See?
And someone on Nigeria's squad is gonna tell you,
I
"See,
told
guys,
you."
I told you this would happen. This is why we are losing."
Right? Like they switch up the bans, and then the thing they ban every time gets picked against them. 100% is going to be TA and Medusa. All right, we'll see. We'll see how it's gonna go. I do like the ban on Ogre and Undying because these guys tend to be very, very stable 5s in that first 10 minutes of the game, right? Like you drop a tombstone, doesn't matter. You can't miss it. You know, you just drop a tombstone, and it's just gonna chase. The zombies are gonna come out. Oh.
What I love is the fact that every single team that has gone against Nigeria has shown them respect, right? Every single time they play a game, they ban out the heroes that Nigeria were playing with. So that to me is impressive. That to me suggests that the community over in the African qualifiers, all of these players, at the end of the day, it is very friendly and jolly. And there it is. Algeria do go for it. They want the fudge against Nigeria. I know the production is going to have a blast making a reel out of those fudge hooks, and I'm going to have a blast casting them.
Yes, it's been a lot. I want to go. Oh, all right. Let's see. Let me check. I think yesterday the Pudge got 18 kills or something like that. So I imagine that's going to be like that's the trend. Let me see. How many Pudge kills in game 2? Yeah, one sec. While I look at the Pudge kills. What was it in Egypt? Pudge got. Wait, I think I got the wrong game. What the hell? Well.
I think it was
8.
It was the first game that Egypt played against Nigeria.
Oof.
And then Tunisia had it in game number 2.
26 kills.
That was a core pudge though. That was a carry pudge.
True.
So we don't know if Algeria are going to be going for a carry pudge, but Nigeria, they're going to be going for that first pick Shadow Shaman, and actually they're going to ban out that Medusa anyway in that second phase rather, or that third ban.
26 kills. All right. Oh, by the way, I do have a bit of an update as well. Unless I'm mistaken, I believe that Ghana may have forfeited the entire tournament. Looking at it, looks like Nigeria will not get. This will be the last match for Nigeria, and there will be no Egypt match later on. I'm assuming the information is correct. I'm opening it up on a certain other website, but we'll probably have a better update for you guys later. Good one. I like it. Very, very nice pick, Abaddon. Just perfect.
The Aphotic Shield and also the borrowed time is going to be coming in handy, but Algeria, they're still going to go the same way. They're going to go towards that objective push and going to pick themselves up a Visage and a Chen. So they want to have a bit of fun. They want to get as many kills as they can with their pudge, and at the end of the day, they also want to get on with their busy lives and end this as quickly as possible. So Ottomo, are you confident in making a deal now? Because the way that they're going to play has become obvious, right, to the both of us.
I'm sure, but I still need. I mean, I gotta see the full picks, man. You get 18 minutes is pretty. It's not much time, So give me a second. Let me figure it out. Another thing is that Nigeria did GG out. It's like their throne got killed, so that's another factor. Oh, Nigeria, they're back to the Lina.
Oh.
Okay.
I wonder, although you do have an Abaddon and an Axe, right? So ideally this Abaddon should be going on that carry position and send the Lina down towards that mid, and then you have that Axe to play with. So let's see if that's how Nigeria are going to be going for this. I mean, a support Abaddon, I don't really feel that strongly about a support Abaddon, to be very honest.
Same. I did play a bunch of support Abaddon when the patch was unleashed. I like how we say pronounce it differently, because I know that I love the shard. The shard is that you get the Mephetic Shroud facet built into it, so you have the shields that, like, the shield is like 500 damage if you every time you throw out the shield with the pop and the damage it absorbs. But you're not great at like chasing. You're kind of fragile, even though you have your ulti, no stuns. He's like meh as a supporter for sure. Like 4 out of 10.
Does synergize a bit well with the Axe though, of very limited combinations in which the Abaddon support works, but just to throw down that shield and the Axe can just run people over. We did see the Axe struggling, or rather the Bristleback struggling last game just to be able to survive, and perhaps that Abaddon support will lend some aid in that regard. But again, still not the ideal of circumstances like you mentioned.
I don't think it's going to be Abaddon with the Axe no matter what. He's either going to be a 1 or a 5. Shadow Shaman is going to go with Axe. Hades and Nigeria will have to work on their teamwork. As Storm Spirit comes out, they have okay catch with the Hex. The Roar and the Light Strike Array, not the Roar, sorry. The Call and the Light Strike Array are not super good for catching Storm, but at least you have other disables. All right, Nigeria.
You at least have the disjoints for the eventual Orchid or the Witchblade that the Storm Spirit is going to go for, right? So that should be well, but I'm kind of scared for Nigeria's mid lane, right? Against the Storm Spirit. Even if you send this Tiny down towards the mid lane, or if you send the Lina down, I see it going the same way, where the Storm Spirit just runs the Nigerian mid laner over. And I think that Algeria overall, you know, they have the best of both worlds. They have the push and they have the fun mixed in with it as well.
King Kev is on the Axe. Isn't King Kev their mid laner and Hades their off laner? Unless they're
King
doing
Kev is their King Kev is their mid laner. But
yeah.
you know, this is Nigeria. They switched things up quite a bit in both of their series yesterday, so perhaps they're switching things up again today.
Yeah, that's what I imagine it's going to be.
One thing that's always consistent though is Pladnod on that carry position. He's the one guy on their team that goes like, no, I want to play carry. I don't care about any of you. Oh man, fun times.
They have a Chen and a Visage for push, and they have Hunter on the Juggernaut. Juggernaut is pretty good at pushing just because the healing ward keeps everyone topped up and ready, so you are able to just like mow down tower after tower. His damage itself is meh, but healing ward helps sustain the push. Overall, 18 minutes. Can you make me a better offer? Can you go above 18 minutes? Can you give me like, I don't know, like 19 and a half or something?
I can do 19. I won't go 19 and a half because, I mean, keep in mind, they have a pushing lineup. You have the Juggernaut, Jen, Visage, all three heroes that push very well. So...
Alright, I'll go with that. I think that Algeria, 19 minutes or below. So if it's like 19:30, we consider it that you won. But 19 minutes and below is for me. All right.
Sure. And again, this is open for the viewers out there as well. So if you want to throw down in the comment section which you think is going to, it's going to be, whether or not the game is going to be below 19 minutes or above 19 minutes. This is perhaps the strangest deal in competitive Dota in history, right? Because 19 minutes, it's usually never happens, but here we are.
Well, the match is about to begin. Let's look if there's any interesting facet. It is fresh meat for the Pudge. Chen has taken the Troll Convert, which I know is seen as one of the best for pushing. Bladestorm on the Juggernaut. I actually don't know what the other one does, to be honest with you, just because we rarely see it. And it's going to be Death Toll on the Visage. Even though it reduces how much money you get from creeps, he is expected to get a lot of kills in this one. Oh my god, they did the exact same mistake as the last game, planting an observer right in front of their own tower. Oh, Hook!
The hook though, coming in from Newbie Show. And the two-man light striker is going to be enough. Turns out it's not. Shushu will find the kill on the axe. First blood going the way of Algeria and a disconnect, but no pause.
Yeah, they're like, that's fine. They're just doing this to mess with me, by the way. They're like, that's not giving a good bet. Crash landing is picked up on the Pudge, which is nice. If it is going to be the Mitch Pudge, it's going to at least give him a little bit of that extra, like, oomph. Hopefully gets him a kill or two in the laning phase. Well, not laning phase, but once he gets the Blink Dagger, at least. This doesn't count towards my time, by the way. Just want to make sure you know this. This doesn't count.
Yeah, 19 minutes in-game time.
Yeah, thank God.
Make it easier. Just for you, Artem. If it was anyone else, I would have pulled the sneaky move.
You're like when they do speed running and they use real time, right? They don't use in-game time; they use real time. Have you watched a lot of speed runs? That's fine.
I've seen the Elden Ring speedrun, which was the most absurd one, a minute and a half to complete the game. Apparently, there's some bug in which you just teleport at the very end.
Huh! And then he just beats it. Oh, looks like there's a disconnect on Plaid Nod. Oh, that's unfortunate. Let's hope he makes it back in time.
Probably will. I believe Ladnod was the one who disconnected yesterday as well, but
Yes.
he was able to come back in. And at the end of the day, I do want to see a full match from Nigeria. Remember, this is a team that, despite being outmatched and outgunned, never calls that GG until it's actually over.
I'm trying
That's
to.
one of the things that I love about them.
I'm looking at this facet on Juggernaut. Makes me think that you might be able to play him as a support, honestly. Like, you do 170 damage, you can crit. Let's see. So you can do, let's say 35%. What's that? 170 times 35. So you're doing about 230 damage a second for 5 seconds. It's not bad. It's pretty good. And you can get 90 damage extra. What's that? So 260. You can do 350 damage a second while spinning.
I would hope that Valve buffs up the Juggernaut so that the hero is relevant in the tier 1 meta, because it's been a while since I've seen the carry Juggernaut, right? We even saw a Phantom Lancer yesterday, and I believe it was Nigeria who picked that one up. So a lot of heroes are a bit forgotten in the Dota meta, and I hope that Valve does something to bring them back, because honestly, I don't know about you, but Juggernaut is one of my favorite heroes.
Same.
Because I just simply think that he's so fun to play.
I agree. I remember when I first started playing Dota, I was like Omni Slash, and I was a big Final Fantasy fan at the time. And Final Fantasy VII had an ultimate called Omni Slash. So I was like, wow. And it looked so cool as well. He teleports and he slices people when you're Juggernaut, and that's like super badass. No, I think we can make a support Juggernaut work. I think it's possible. What's his other facet? Let me check. What do you think? Do you think we can make support Juggernaut a thing, Teltris?
I think the healing ward is honestly really good, but the ultimate is just too unreliable as a support, right? Unless you have a few items on you, the ultimate's not going to be doing very much. So currently he only has one spell, and the Blade Fury is there too, but again, very mana intensive, don't you think?
I agree. Well, you raise up some good points, but I don't know. I really want to ruin some pubs.
Don't worry. I feel like at the end of PGL, I feel like at the end of every tier 1 tournament, a pro player does something so unorthodox that the pub meta does get ruined for a few weeks anyway.
Yes, or improved depending on how you see it. But yeah, I think support Juggernaut. It could. What's his strength gain? 2. Yeah, I think you can make it work. Get some drums, maybe spin on people. I think it would work. I think it would work very well, actually. I don't know if I would risk my MMR on it just yet, though. As the pause does continue, Pladnod has taken quite some time to reconnect so far.
Yesterday it was Pladnod and one other player who disconnected, but this time it's just
cosmetics.
Pladnod.
What do we think? Like or dislike?
Dislike.
Dislike. All right. Next one. Observer. Show Shadow Shaman or something. Come on. Yeah.
I think Shadow Shaman just has the base set on him.
Aw. Well, we can still say if we like it or not. Hey, Observer, come on, show us all the heroes. Yeah, the cosmetics. Okay, yes, this one.
Okay, Arcana definitely, but I like the green one more.
I
to
agree.
be honest.
Yeah, the red one somehow seems a bit more bloody, which I'm like not into. You know, I'm like, oh, that's too much. Oh,
Something I like about the Arcanas though is the fact that you can still equip other cosmetics alongside of it, so you have a
yes.
lot more customization possible.
Yep. For me, I think my favorite Arcana might be the Zeus one. I love how he floats around. Well, you feel very godly when you're using it as red mouse. The hook, very impossible to get. I don't like Nigeria starting items on the Shadow Shaman.
Oh, he's actually going to go and get that hook on towards Red Mouse, but again, two-man light strike array from Platinum will give Red Mouse a
Whoa!
bit of time, but it's not going to be enough as Paradox did get that last hit in. 2-0 already for Algeria, and it's not looking good for our deal. Not for me, anyway.
Not for you, but yeah, in Nigeria, by the way, the player Shadow Shaman, he went for boots and 2 iron branches. Extremely inefficient way to go for that. Like I know some people do go for boots and it does work for sometimes, but sustain and stats are insanely good, and he has stats but no sustain. Oh, Plaid Knot.
Does have that shield, so going to be a bit okay. And eventually, they did end up going for the support Abaddon. Not too sure how well it's going to do. Of course, can absorb some amount of damage from the visage, but still, I doubt it will keep him alive for a whole lot longer. As there is a pudge here.
Yes, what is it? 120 at level 1. It's not much in terms of shields, right? Like 120 doesn't give you a whole lot as Platinum is back. All right. Yeah, I'm not. Nigeria definitely needs to adjust his item and skill build. I mean, the Ether Shock level 1's fine, but starting off with boots and only is not good. Oh, well, we'll see how it goes. Oh, we are looking at the CS. Tiny should have a decent time mid lane, right? Like he will be harassed quite a bit by the storm, but he's tiny. He's relatively durable. He has that extra damage from the tree toss. It's nice. I say that as I hear him take a lot of damage actually in the mid lane.
Yeah, the Storm Spirit is surprisingly low over on that mid lane, and Nigeria this time around have done quite a great job at holding that mid lane. And for the first time, I'm actually seeing the lost hit chart work out for them.
It's gonna start swinging the other way very soon, though. Unfortunately, the Lina only has 2 CS to her name, and I don't think she's gonna be overtaking the Visage anytime soon. And bottom lane also, as the Juggernaut gets more and more aggressive, it's gonna be harder and harder for the Axe. I like how over time Chen has just been like, oh yeah, you can just summon creeps. That his facet. It's very cool. I like it a lot. You can pick.
I wonder though if the Storm Spirit will be able to get a kill. Doesn't seem like it, right?
Right.
Because the Huskar, it's very difficult. Tiny just too much HP.
Yep.
And Shushu should just look towards farming up, and has actually queued himself up a Soul Ring, so a bit defensive more than anything else.
Yeah, I agree. Right, he's thinking like if you're Storm going up against, it's just not really going to happen for you. It's not worth. Like he can harass him, and he is, but getting kills is tough. Top lane.
That nod. Yeah, no hope for him, despite the fact that Red Mouse was present. The shield just simply does not absorb as much damage, and Visage actually has one of the highest damage in the game in the early phases of it.
Do you mean like in right click, or just because of the soul assumption?
The soul assumption.
Yeah,
it's just I think it's 300 damage right at the start, which is insane.
It's a lot. It's 20 plus 70 per charge. And how much do you get? You get 4 charges. Yeah, you can do what 280? Yeah, 300 level 2.
Oh, coming in, blindsiding Hades and a remnant to finish the Tiny off. Shushu can definitely get a kill that way.
Oh, poor guy. Oh man. And he was having a decent-ish lane. But so far, again, among all the matches, this has been the best spot Nigeria has been in the first 3.5 minutes. It's not a good spot, but again, as we keep mentioning, growth is happening in front of our eyes.
Axe? Iesf? Oh, unfortunately, the neutral creep found that stun, and the Blade Storm from that Juggernaut is going to be dealing a bit of damage on King Kev. But at the end of the day, he is a strength-based hero and does have a lot of HP, so should be doing just fine.
King Kev seems to be handling the offlane a little bit better than Hades was, to be honest with you. Like he's keeping his health high at all time. I don't know if Nigeria is working out with him better, but this adjustment of putting Hades mid and King Kev bottom, I'm liking it so far.
He did have a worse matchup in the previous game, right? The Monkey King is just too good against melee heroes this time around. Juggernaut, unfortunately, is a whole lot weaker against the Axe. But as I say that, another Blade Fury, but Nigeria this time around is present to lend some support. He may not rotate very often, but he is pretty much present in the lane as much as he can.
Yes. Oh, top lane. Noob might need to be careful, taking quite a bit of damage there going under tower. As a Pudge, you're really not that durable, but he does have Tranquil Boots, so he can trade health for like harass like that. Also, they have a very nice deep ward right behind the tier 1 of the Dire top lane, so they can see those, sets up easy hooks for them.
And he's going to be rotating towards that mid side once again. Shushu might find himself with another kill. Of course, we'll see if the hook doesn't
need him.
Oh, Shushu, actually the Remnant, oh, the hook narrowly misses, but it won't matter as Shushu picks a solo kill for himself and Hades goes down twice.
By the way, they had that sentry ward for a while. They knew the observer ward was there, but they kept it because they wanted the observer ward to give you more EXP and... Oh! King Kev? Oh,
can he actually make it out with the root coming in from the gen creep? And Nigeria, unfortunately, as much as he loves to stick around and lend his support, this time around it's not going to be working out for him. A few more hits will be enough, but it seems like he was able to make it to the safety of his tower and should be fine.
Oh, that's the Harpy Stormcrafter. It's so strong. It's not as good as when a Doom eats it, but still 140 damage every, what, 4 seconds or something? Yeah, every 4 seconds you take 140 damage. It's quite painful.
I mean, last game Nigeria still got a few kills in the early game, but this time around it's Algeria all the way through. And King Kev, oh, perfect Berserker's call, but the problem is it's not going to be enough as Hunter, he has the Blade Fury, but Nigeria, the Shadow Shaman is TPing in. Can he come just in time? Turns out it's going to be a second too late as Hunter has already grabbed that one and he's going to be going back.
I wonder if Algeria can really end the game in the next 12 minutes, though. You know? Oh, sorry, 13 minutes. As Red Mouse, yeah, that's a kill for him. Oh.
To be fair, they haven't exactly started to push yet.
True.
I assume it's going to be more of a death ball push in this game rather than going all around the map.
Agreed.
Do you think the death ball meta was the worst meta in Dota history? Remember that one TI which ended in 18 minutes?
But you know, that TI had other good matches apart from that. Like, everyone only remembers the grand final, which was very boring. But do you remember Tundra beating Team Secret in like the same thing? Like, that was a terrible finals, but it was a 3-0, very easy. So these happen. I don't think it was that bad. It was pretty bad meta, to be fair, though. But the grand finals gets overhated, makes the TI all look bad. It was just bad grand finals, but good TI overall. Oh, hook misses.
Maybe sure. Not going to find that hook, but the Visage Familiars are online. They are flying and are going to harass the Abaddon quite a bit.
Alright, let me ask you a question.
Bladnod isn't even interested in actually helping his Abaddon out. Of course, will now do so. Will find that Light Strike Array. This might actually end up being the first kill that goes towards Nigeria's way. Will it be enough? But Algeria is out. Paradox will fall. It'll be at the cost of the Lina though, but all things considered, it is Nigeria's first kill of the game.
Well worth it for the Lina to trade her life for a visit just now. Unfortunately, you know, you trade what, 4, 5 across the map? I think only the Tiny was didn't lose his life just now. Alright, you wanna know the worst?
You were gonna ask me a question.
Yeah. Which one's worse? Wraith Pact or Necronomicon level 3? Remember the Necronomicon? That was... Oh, which one's worse?
You know, I actually think that the Necronomicon... Oh, holding that thought, King Kev? I thought he might have been able to do something, but unfortunately, this member just a bit too strong, and Nigeria has teleported himself. Not too sure he actually even saw the punch there. Is going to shackle the punch down, but with that taunt coming out and with 4 heroes on him, nowhere to go, Hunter find himself a double kill. But on your point, Otimo, I actually think the Necromonicon should not be a neutral item. I think it should be a part of the game as it was before.
No.
And instead, or if you keep it as a neutral item, I think it should be there as a tier 3 rather than it being a tier 5.
No! The Necronomicon 3 was the worst item with Lycan Beastmaster rushing it, taking all your wards, pushing your base, Red Mouse is dead. That was just... Nothing was worse than the Necronomicon 3.
Oh, but you can also nerf it up quite a bit, right? You can make it a viable part of the game. It was also... Because split push... I say this because split pushing is a decreased element in the game now.
Fair.
It is still there, but it's not all that relevant.
Well, let's see how relevant King Kev is gonna be here.
He's
that's...
decided to actually fall back. Both teams actually deciding to fall back. Algeria, are they getting cold feet?
No. By the way, can we see the observer? Can you show us the net worth? Because we're done with last hits at this point. It's very much in favor of Algeria. Oh, that could be a kill.
The Pudge? Yeah, definitely 3 heroes from Nigeria on him, but they turned their attention towards the illusions. The hook will be thrown out, but not going to catch anyone. King Kev has more movement speed than Nubishu though, so he can actually go in for the call, but premature entry there, and the Pudge will make it away.
Well, the Juggernaut disconnects, and there's 9 minutes, less than 9 minutes on my bet. As what is Chen working towards? Chen, they actually have 2 drums coming out on the Radiant side. One on the chin, one on the visage. They really want to go fast in this game. On Nigeria, there's no... Wow, there's an Orb of Frost on the Abaddon. I don't see that very often. Huh. Orb of Frost. Cool. But apart from that, they really need to get those Blink Daggers up on the Axe and the Tiny so they can jump and do their damage.
I hope that the Axe will be able to get that blink, though. Because, I mean, this is something Nigeria have struggled with. They haven't been able to get their first set of items. And how... Mirwan has 4 creeps? I thought he could only get 3. But did he make a Helm of the Dominator?
Is it one of them you get from your facet? I'm not quite sure if you're limited or not. Yeah, no, you can have max 4 units on Holy Persuasion. He's level... Yeah, he's level 8. Yeah. Oh, that's...
Oh, going to get dragged back from his screen. But it turns out he's going to be undeterred, making their way on towards King Kev. They'll be able to finish the Axe off and clean up the rest of Nigeria. Shushu zaps forward, finds the Vortex on Flatnod, but is he going to be diving in those tier 2s? He's going to get tossed up into the air. The Light Striker in the Laguna is going to be enough. Algeria's Storm Spirit falls to Nigeria.
I wonder if the Chen had his ultimate earlier on and they made a mistake there. As mid tier 2, by the way, melting to the creep army. This is what happens. You have a Juggernaut. Look at how many skeletons with a healing ward on top. Once the creeps come out, let's see how fast this tier 3 is going to take. Remember, this is a 12-minute push.
Well, yes, so Algeria have gone for that death ball, but Nigeria are going to defend this, and the Pudge is going to lose his life. That's the 3rd kill for Nigeria going their way. So the Death Ball not really working out. Of course, it would be much better if Axe had that Blink Dagger, but he does have that movement speed. And this time, the Berserker's Call is going to be there on Paradox. The Light Striker is shutting him down. Shushu coming to the Wizard's aid, but it's not going to be enough. Algeria have lost 2, and perhaps with another Berserker's Call, they can find another kill. But the Blade Fury from Hunter is going to be finishing Nigeria off. 2 heroes have fallen, and the Shushu zapping forward on towards Hades and the Shadow Shaman. Both of them, they're going to end up dying. The Abaddon tried to throw in the Mist Coil, but it wasn't enough. Nigeria lose 4, and Algeria only lose 1.
There's another creep wave coming in here. Luckily for them, there's no Visage for Nigeria. It's a good thing for Nigeria, but this Chen, those skeletons, they hit fast. They hit hard as well.
He does have the ability to spam out those spells though, so they do have a pretty good wave clear, but Nigeria don't have that glyph.
You say that,
Axe.
but Pladnod actually maxed Fiery Souls. He's 1, 2, and 4 skill build, so he's mostly right click. Those spells actually don't do much damage.
Oh man, that's why I was wondering, because the skeletons that spawn don't exactly have too much HP. They're barely 2 auto attacks away from dying. But Algeria will be able to grab themselves 2 lanes of racks unless Nigeria pull off a miracle. There's no dagger on King Kev. Turns out he won't need it though, as the Pudge will bring him in, and the 2-man Berserker's Call, it won't exactly be enough. There's no real follow-up. They will find themselves the Pudge though, but Shushu's is zapping around, able to find the second kill, and is on towards Vladnot, who's struggling to stay alive despite of the shield there. All in all, it's going to be a 1 for 2.
And Rax as well as Nigeria. This aggression is crazy. Now, if you're watching this, you're thinking, how would I stop Algeria if I was Nigeria right now? You have to pick heroes from the draft. Coddle, for example, and Grimstroke are fantastic anti-pushing heroes in drafts like this. Especially Grimstroke. You throw out that Stroke of Fate, all these skeletons add up to tons of extra damage. But in Nigeria's current situation, get those blinks if you could. That would be very helpful. Oh, here we go.
Oh, there are 4 heroes over here though, but Hunter is there. Can they finish the Visage off in time? The Aphotic Shield is going to be enough. Red Mouse is still alive as well, but Nigeria have already lost 2, and Shushu is going to zap towards that backline, able to clean both the Shadow Shaman and Red Mouse up. 4 heroes have fallen. Algeria are going to go for a buyback and immediately push towards their spot lane tier 3.
Jug actually almost dying from the tower. It does more damage than he can heal. Holy moly!
Pudge wanted to get him killed. The Laguna Blade is going to be soaked up. Oh no, Vladnot.
And the tip after this, not looking too good. But I love what Noobshow tried to do. Tries to hook the Juggernaut back into range of the tower. King Kev walking in, taking a lot of damage. Might lose his life, but not enough mana on Shushu to keep going.
The Shackle though.
Good Shackle.
And the Avalanche coming in. Can he go in for the toss? Unfortunately, he wasn't able to. Will toss the Shadow Shaman instead, but the Aether Shock was on cooldown, I believe. And with this, Algeria will be allowed to reset, and the Skeletons, they have formed up once again. And I don't think that Nigeria have the glyph.
Nope, they don't. And I need 3 minutes and a half here. Come on, as the King Kev walks in, does clear out the skeletons, most of them, but cost him his life. As that's interesting. Shackle on skeletons, Nigeria. We're just gonna bring you down if that's okay. No, let him run for now.
Oh, the toss from Hades though. It means that Nigeria will be allowed to live a little while longer, and with only 10 seconds remaining on that axe, they are going to lose their bot lane of Rax though. So 2 minutes left, Otimo. 1 Rax though. This is going to come down to the wire though.
3. I have 19, not 18. I have 19 minutes.
Oh man, I forgot.
Yeah. Oh well, the Tiny, he's really suffering here. Holy crap.
That is a lot of damage from just 1 zap. Hunter on a godlike streak, Shushu on a wicked streak, and I think the game is pretty much over. And Otimo, congratulations, you have twice in a row won the deal.
I mean, I can't believe it actually was even faster than I thought. Maybe I was being a little bit too hopeful with that 19 minutes. But yes, Algeria, a very, very clean 2-0 victory for them. Barely breaking a sweat right now. And while this, they're still behind Egypt, this was a very commanding performance. Well, Algeria, do they have any matches left for them? They do have one against Tunisia, which will decide who is probably going to be taking second in this group, because I think both would lose to Egypt. But it'll be interesting to see which one's stronger, Algeria or Tunisia, after this game.
Algeria versus Tunisia. Yeah, I would actually think that Algeria is the stronger team, just because of the fact that they were able to finish their series off against Nigeria within 20 minutes both games, right? So certainly that will be something to look forward to. I'm actually interested to see who makes it out of group stage A, right? Because that is the big one.
I mean, again, we do know that Egypt's going to come up first at least, but how many qualify afterwards? We're not quite sure on that one. Either way, it's been like we've only seen Nigeria play against other teams, but my God, has it been interesting to see a team develop in real time. Unfortunately, they also had to go through different drafts, right? Like in this one, they had to deal with a push draft that they didn't deal with before. And you can see that their lineup is not really prepared for it.
Yeah, it's interesting, but the thing is, it's all been fun and games for most of these teams playing against Nigeria. I'm more interested in what the A-game draft actually looks like for all of these teams, right? Because that's when things get serious. And of course, it'll be a while. I don't think there's going to be... I think we'll only have one more match to cause. That is going to be between Namibia and the Republic of South Africa. And as we recall, not really a lot of information available on either of those teams. But again, South Africa is a renowned region in generally esports. They have produced a lot of esports players across different game titles. So I do expect that region to be a bit stronger, and hopefully by the end of the International Esports Federation tournament, all of it, that the South African region and not only the South African region, but that all of these regions can actually rise up and be a little bit better.
I believe that the team from South Africa is about as good as the Egyptian team. So they would be slightly better than Algeria. That's what my, based on the numbers, that's what I'm seeing. And they beat Madagascar, who got a free win against Namibia. But again, we just don't know what Namibia is because we haven't seen them play. We don't even have any pages for them to go through. But I just don't feel like they're gonna be that close to South Africa. Here, the data, Hades gave away way too much gold. Oh, Hades. That's a little bit too many deaths right there, buddy.
But at the same time, you did have 3 kills that Platinum was able to pick up, and 1 kill on King Kevs. That's not overall bad. So Nigeria did backtrack a little bit. They had a worse off performance than in game number 1, but I think overall, despite being faced up against a death ball push, they held up pretty well. And again, to add to my point, they're a team that never gives up. Right, until that throne went down, they kept going at it, respawn, going at it, respawn, going at it. It was very lighthearted, and it was pretty fun to watch. Normally, you see a lot of teams giving up, but that's not Nigeria.
Yeah, I was thinking also of other things they could have done. Like Pladnod's skill build was very unsuitable for the game. If he had Max, Light Strike Array, and Dragon Slave, he would have been much better at depushing. I would have loved to see if Nigeria and Hades go to the side lanes and push them out, because one thing about death ball push strats is that they tend to have 5 people in one lane pushing, so the other 2 lanes tend to be empty. So if you have the Tiny in one and Shadow Shaman in the other, they can get some gold, some EXP, they can threaten towers. So I hope if Nigeria is watching this is what you could have done. Like, get Pladnod to take Q and W, get Nigeria and Hades to split push, and like that would have been fine. The towers were gonna fall no matter whether you were there or not. It's not like you physically being there protecting the towers. Let the tier 1, the tier 2 fall, defend the tier 3, but let the other ones go. It doesn't matter.
Definitely, and I think if Nigeria were to go back and watch this, then I hope that they know that they have earned themselves quite a few fans, right? And Ultima, you've already gotten so many shoutouts, right? It's my wave time. I get to wave.
Oh yes,
right. But right, I personally think that I would love to see Nigeria come back again. Next year when Iesf comes about, I hope to see more of Nigeria. I hope that they continue playing. I believe that they are out of the tournament. I don't see them qualifying through to the next stages, right? But at the end of the day, they had fun, grabbed themselves a few good kills on ranked immortal players, which is something that 99% of Dota players would struggle at if you actually think about it, right? Percentile wise. And that's something that, it's not a physical trophy that you'll get, but it's a mind trophy. It's a mental trophy that you can always carry. At the end of the day, you're going to be creating a lot of memories from your time in esports, from your time in video games as you get older, right? So it's nice to have those little wins for yourself.
Yeah, it is. It's very good for them that they were able to come in here. Unfortunately, they're not going to be playing up against Ghana because Ghana has forfeited a bunch of matches, so they cannot play anymore. But I think they would have loved it if they got that last one as a win, not as a forfeit. But sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. Speaking of cookies crumbling, we have about an hour and a half. This is not a rolling schedule. This is a set schedule. So we have an hour and a half until the next match, which is going to be Namibia versus Republic of South Africa. We're going to be taking a break. We'll see you guys about 10 minutes before that match begins. So in about 80 minutes, we'll be back live. See you then. Hello and welcome back to the South Africa part of the Iesf qualifiers for the Africa region. I'm Matomo, joining me is Teltris, and we're going to be doing Namibia versus the Republic of South Africa. But before we get to it, we should actually go to it in a couple of minutes. Teltris, what did you do in the break?
I had tea. I had the first cup of tea that I could get my hands on, and that's big because I am a huge tea fan. But, I had to get caffeinated because I'm pretty excited. We have throughout yesterday and today only seen Group A, but now we get to see some of action happening in Group B, right? There are only 3 teams over here, so it's a lot. I would say it's more of a risk playing in Group B because only one team is expected to qualify further. There's not a lot of mistakes. You have to win, I would say, every series if you want to be qualifying, right? So for South Africa, you've seen their roster, and we all know that the South African region is pretty dominant in esports as well, with players being positioned all around the world, with personalities in the esports scene as well. So I would expect that South Africa are this group's favorite, but anything can happen as there's not a lot of information out there on the other teams.
I love it when you say stuff like that because I keep thinking like, man, this guy, he's always saying anything can happen, possibility, just believe in yourself. And then I'm like, oh, well, we'll see if it goes this time. We are going to be looking at the groups themselves. Oh, sorry, this is going to be the most important match because I believe the other matches are all done. If South Africa wins this, they automatically advance. If Namibia wins this, we get into a 3-way tiebreaker. So we'll have to do it all over again, basically, because each team will have 1 win. We didn't actually see Namibia play before because they were forced to have a forfeit yesterday against Madagascar. But it's like you said, of the 2 teams, South Africa, very likely the favorites.
Definitely. I wouldn't even say it's very close. Now, I do know that, and this is based on old information, Madagascar actually had a pretty healthy Dota 2 scene, and this was 5-6 years ago. I'm not too sure what has transpired since then, but I'm glad that they're in these qualifiers, and it's going to be interesting to see, right? South Africa, should they lose, they're going to be in a 3-way tie, like you mentioned. Another day, I would say, of tiebreakers. And I think for South Africa, they're just looking to close this one out and qualify.
I'm also looking at I'm in the lobby, and I was looking at the player profiles. There's a lot of anime, pictures on both teams. So that means they must be pretty good. But let's talk about the rosters here for Namibia. It is Blitz, Defy, Porau, Dr. OG, and FICO Damage. I know, right? The doctor is in the house, Dr. OG. But you are Dr. OG. He came after you in this stream. So you're always gonna be OG Doctor in my eyes, Teltris.
Thank you, Artemo. Just don't trust me for my medical advice. I am very biased. I will say that.
Oh yes.
But, is it FICO Damage or is it Psycho Damage? I can't. He's missing an S, so I'm not too sure about what that one is. But for the roster of South Africa, you have B on that position 1, Skip on that position 2, Remedy playing the offlane, and you have Berend and Soup on the position 4 and position 5.
Berend's actual real name is Berend. And this is going to be the match. I mean, it's hard to really discuss rosters, but we weren't able to see the Namibia players because they haven't played the match, so we can't actually see them record. But we do have down South Africa, and the players there, while there is a big variation in ranking, they do go from, I think, like 300-400 up to like 5,000 immortals. So very good, quite a big disparity, to be honest, ranking wise, but still very high skill, that top 1%.
Oh yeah, definitely. And it will be interesting to see when, the qualifiers are all done and dusted, what actually becomes of, I would say, Egypt versus South Africa, for example. That's because, like you mentioned, ranked immortals all the way through for both of those rosters. So it's going to be a nail-biting series. I hope I get to see that one. Perhaps we'll tune in on Dota TV as well. But we are going to be watching, or rather casting, this match, and I do believe we have a few matches going on in Dota TV in some of these groups as well. So you guys feel free to check those out. Of course, if you want to be entertained by us, you can check us out on our Twitch as well. We are bringing you South Africa versus Namibia.
Well, I can actually check it out where it is, but yes, there is definitely another match. I believe the other match would be Algeria versus Tunisia, which is a pretty important match for the Group A. But the most important match will be tomorrow, where Tunisia takes on Egypt. And if Tunisia wins, they can force a tiebreaker. If Egypt wins, they end up the group stage 4-0 and definitely advance. Again, we're not quite sure how many advance per sub-region, because this is Africa, but we're dividing it in half, and I'm not sure how it works after that. There's a lot we don't know, which we're not told about. They're keeping it secret here. As the lobby is going, but unfortunately we have to disconnect and try again. But don't worry, we'll try again. All right, we're ready to go. Hopefully this time it will work out a little bit better. I like that I'm the only one in the lobby, but you're kind of like, I'm too lazy.
It's not because I'm lazy. I would love to be in the lobby, but I don't get shoutouts like you do, Otto. Never be where you're not wanted is my motto. So you're wanted and you're there.
Yeah, if you showed up, they might know you're there, and then they shout you out. See, that's how it works. But they don't know who's casting. They're like, oh, just Atomo? I guess that's just Atomo. But if you show up there, Tultris, Big T, as they call Mr. T, right? Dr. T. I was like, I got there. We got there in the end. But yeah, then they shout out, as I think the lobby is collapsing again. Well, we'll try again.
What do you think South Africa will be playing with? Because we have seen quite a few shenanigans all the way in both, for both yesterday and today. We have seen a pudge come out. Yesterday, I believe twice or thrice the pudge came out. Even today in the series against Nigeria, and in that game number 2, we saw Algeria go for that pudge. And will we see a pudge now?
I hope we do. I also hope this lobby collapses. I accidentally joined the admins channel because when you go in and all of them are blank, like you can't click. I clicked one of them randomly, and thank God the lobby collapsed again. Woo! All right, no penalty for me. Wait, stopping. Whoa. Okay, there we go. Much better.
This will be good. But
we
were talking about something interesting in the previous series during the pre-show rather, and that was the new patch that came out, 7.39C, right? And we're going to have direct information because I believe the recent Fisher has been announced as well. It starts on 1st of July. You're obviously in it as well. So are you looking forward to seeing what the tier 1 scene or the tier 1.5 scene is going to be doing in the new patch?
I just don't feel like there'll be that many changes. Like some of the heroes that got nerfed were heroes that were kind of unpopular anyway, like Spectre. Spectre gets nerfed, and it's like, well, she wasn't really doing too much anyway. The buffs are very minor. Like, again, Zeus gets 1 intelligence. That's nice. That's better than nothing for sure, but is it a big deal? It was Zeus sort of on the cusp, and this 1 intelligence push him? I don't think so. I very highly doubt that this is going to be much of a patch. It's just a small balancing, a bit of tweaking before we head into Riyadh.
Do you think the Sand King mid will make a resurgence?
That one is the one of the big ones, definitely. Sand King is one of the big winners, but his win rate in pubs is like 43 or something %. So this might push him to like 46. Does that make him viable? I doubt it.
That's true, but Sand King is a hero that heavily relies on synergy as well. So perhaps tier 1 teams will have more success with that Sand King. But it's interesting how this is more of a buffer patch where Valve is trying to achieve normalcy. And remember, we had this very interesting conversation I believe it was in CCT, where I said that I would love to see a version of Dota which is a self-evolving meta, right? Which doesn't actually create changes on the heroes, but in fact creates the meta around changing items, right?
Yeah.
So, like, wouldn't you like to see that?
I don't know, because that's you're gonna have like perfect heroes then, right? Because we're not gonna tweak them anymore, only the items. I don't know. I don't think that's really the direction I'd want. What I would like is a beginner mode for Dota, where like there's no Tormentor, no Roshan, for example, so that when you're new to Dota, you don't have all these new aspects being thrown at you. Like just like we remove even neutral items, and then if you play 10 games, suddenly you have neutral items. You play another game, suddenly 10 games, Roshan's introduced, so that people get used to it rather than coming in like, oh my god, there's so much in there. I have to understand. I would like that to be a part of it.
I read something very interesting, and it was by a League of Legends developer, right? And a lot of the communities on Reddit, they talk about how MOBA, the genre for MOBA, is stagnating because the skill ceiling, or rather the barrier to entry with Dota, is just too high. But
Yes.
what that League of Legends developer said was very interesting, and that was that the focus over at League of Legends isn't exactly
Right.
to bring in new players, it's to make sure that the existing player base is entertained, to make sure that the existing player base continues with League of Legends. Because if you really think about it, it's Dota has what, 500,000 players online, and that has been the case for the past 6-7 years. You know, Counter-Strike has more than 1 million players online. League of Legends probably has more than Dota at this point, because of how big the game and how heavily marketed the game is. So that's essentially, I kind of find myself agreeing with that a bit, because, for example, I'm 29 years old, right? I have grown up playing Dota. It is so ingrained in me that it's now a habit. So like my dad, who loves to garden because he's been doing it for a really long time, I feel like my habit when I'm old is going to be queuing up a match of Dota.
Yes. We're gonna be doing it for life, in the retirement home, with one hand, like with arthritis or something. Dota is amazing, and I like how you mentioned about marketing, like Arcane. Everyone loved Arcane. Everyone watched Arcane. Arcane is great. Like, it's just fantastic. But then you look at it, you're like, what's Dota marketing? What is it? Dragon's Blood? You watch it, you're like, it's got time travel. It's meh. Yeah, it's not the same thing at all. So it's so much better how League of Legends markets things. And yes, even our production is telling us Arcane FTW. I'm like, yes, very FTW. It is fantastic.
I haven't actually watched Arcane.
Why?
Because I saw Dragon's Blood, and I saw the trailer for Arcane and the hype about Arcane, and I realized that Arcane is just 100 times better. But then, because of the fanboy in me, I refused. See, I am a stubborn person, and so yeah, I just didn't go for it. I chose to rewatch Dragon's Blood rather than watch Arcane.
Wow. Well, go watch Arcane. Go taste get the taste of Dragon's Blood out of your mouth with some good Arcane. They're delicious. It's good stuff. I cannot imagine someone. I'll tell you. I watched Dragon's Blood because it was part of my job. I had to write a review about it. I'm a journalist also, so I had to write a review about my thoughts on Arcane, on Dragon's Blood. I was told to do that. I watched it. And I told my wife, I was like, let's watch it together. This will be cool. After 2 episodes, I was like, don't watch it anymore, honey. I love you too much to have you suffer with me and watch Dragon's Blood.
It really does feel like Dragon's Blood should have been way more of an extended series rather than just 2 seasons, right? Because when you look at it lore-wise, right? League of Legends doesn't have as much lore as Dota has. And I'm not talking about Warcraft storylines. I'm talking about just the amount present in a Dota. Like, for example, if, for you guys watching, go over to the Dota wiki, search up any hero, right? And go to the lore bit, or even go to the voice lines bit. Every hero has at least 12 to 15 interactions with other heroes. For example, Mars was a past lover of Dawnbreaker, and you wouldn't imagine that playing the game, but that's actual Dota lore, which I feel like should have been explored more.
Yep, lucky Dawnbreaker is all I can say to that. But yeah, I mean, but arcade. I was seeing like the pictures. Like every arcade character's lore is I stole something, and that's it. You know, I stole the secret gem or something. But it's all about the creativity of the writers, and it's so sad. You know, we it's so. Oh, and Dragon Ball's 3 seasons. You know, it feels like 30 when you watch it, but it's actually only 3 seasons for Dragon's Blood. The last one's the one that introduced time travel.
You know what they should do? What they should do is, you know how previously there would be Arcana votes where the community would vote for whatever Arcana they want in the game. There should be a TV show, and the community should vote for which heroes get to make it in the show and which heroes don't get to make it. You know, that would be pretty interesting.
I would like that. Would be nice if Valve could. Doesn't have to be a TV show. It could be like a 10-minute video. Remember, if you see a lot of the Overwatch videos where they introduce a character and they have like a 10-minute backstory, and it shows a lot about the character. Some of them are fantastic, like the one with the two brothers, Genji and the other one. That one's really great, and so you can watch and enjoy it. You don't have to like it. So that would be great if we did that. We can do that. I don't want the whole show. And they're very funny because if you read like Valve's writing, they're actually very, very funny with their updates. Crownfall was hilarious, so they have the talent.
Definitely, I think there's a lot of maneuverability in this regard. I mean, there's a lot you can do, right? If it's just even if it's a TV show, you can come out with comics as well, which has already been done by Valve, right? With Crownfall. But I think involving the community more would be a great idea because there's a lot of creative minds out there in the Dota community. You see it on Reddit with a lot of people making their own short films in the short film contests. You know, you have cosplay, you have so much going around. And personally, I would like to see more of that.
Me too. I also like that we do have the short film contest, and you can see how much people like it. Some of them, when they mix real life with game, or they have the game where he goes in different worlds, like Spirit Breaker, he goes from one plane to another. Like, there's a lot of very cool stuff happening here. As are we in the lobby? One team is ready, one team is not quite. Like, they're all there, but they're still connecting, and hopefully we'll be starting very soon.
Hopefully, this is a bit. Reminding me a bit of yesterday's game where, is it started?
The lobby it's opening up. It's loading in. All right, we're still players connecting.
I don't think it's gonna crash
we're in.
now.
Yeah, we're
nice.
in. We're all in.
So we should be heading into the draft at any moment, but there was a lot of filler talk just to bring you guys back into it. It is going to be Namibia versus South Africa. South Africa is a team comprised of ranked immortals from rank 300 all the way to rank 5,000. Meanwhile, Namibia, not a lot of information available on this team, not even their ranks, but they are going to be faced with an uphill battle as South Africa definitely looks like the strongest team in Group B. And here we go with the draft.
Good bans though. I'm not sure about the tiny ban, but the Undying ban is generally a meta pick. You can sort of tell a bit about the team from the opening bans. It's like, oh, they banned Crystal Maiden. You're like, that's very interesting that you banned Crystal Maiden. But if they banned like Undying, Tiny, you're like, all right, you at least have a finger on the meta. You have a decent understanding.
Definitely. I would like to see a Templar Assassin ban coming out from Namibia. I think Nigeria have ingrained it into my brain that you need to ban out that Templar and that Medusa, but honestly, just a very strong hero right now. But Namibia, they're not going for it. They're going for high laning phase tempo heroes.
It's still she's been nerfed a lot. She lost 2 strength this patch on TA, so she has definitely been taking hit after hit after hit for a few patches. I know a lot of people when a hero gets nerfed, they're like, it's a small nerf, 1 strength, but you're like, yeah, 1 strength, 5 movement speed next patch, 1 armor then, -2 damage, and suddenly the hero feels a lot weaker after 6 months of these minor nerf after nerf after nerf.
All right. I wonder what strategy both of these teams are going to be going for. We have seen quite the commitment towards one kind of strategy, right? Either a death ball push or a pick off lineup. Haven't exactly seen a mix and match. So in this African qualifiers, we are seeing a bit of straightforward Dota, right? We did theorize
Yes.
a bit yesterday where we might see some kind of G strat, and this is the time to bring in a G strat, perhaps for Namibia, as if South Africa wins, they immediately qualify.
Exactly. They banned the Death Prophet. This is one of the big losers of the patch. She lost one armor, but also her Aghanim Scepter, which used to slow people, doesn't do that anymore. That's a nice response. The Silencer, a great counter to the Shadow Shaman, because anyone who gets like shackled from anywhere across the map, you press R, shackle's gone, and also it's just really good in team fights. Silencer
Also creates a bit of a buffer time for you to be taking down the Serpent Wards in between of that global silence duration.
Oh my god, I'm getting glory. Silencer also did get a very interesting facet change. The facet now, it used to be that you get the reverberating silence, which was that if you go, when the your ultimate is removed, you get an extra ultimate for half the duration. So which is nice. It was good. But now you also have a new facet. If someone's silenced, you do more damage and take more damage from them, less damage from them.
So there's no more second silence.
No more second silence. That's
wow, that's actually, I would say that's a bit of a nerf, because one of the best things about the second silence was the fact that the Manta style would not be able to dislodge it, right? So then those items were not countering the global silence, but now you can counter it again. So Silencer, I wonder if this hero will fall off just a little bit.
He's definitely fallen off. Like he used to be much better, when, because I loved it. I would go Shard, Ags, Refresher Orb. I just stay in the fountain and I'm like, oh, fight! Press R, refresh, press R, and I would get 12 intelligence. But to be fair, the facets right now is actually better in the laning phase, because you do get a facet in, you are able to do damage more in the laning phase and take less. So it's nice in that category.
Oh, and Namibia are going to be going for a Mars. So definitely picking up synergistic heroes, and it seems like their lineup is going to be focused on those team fights, right? But against a better team, I wonder if South Africa are going to be allowing this. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the Serpent Wards give vision, because if they do, that would be huge. You give a bit of a buffer inside of that pit, or inside of that arena.
I mean, I've always felt it's very bugged, isn't it? Like sometimes, half the time I feel like I have vision in it when I shouldn't, and sometimes I don't have vision in it when I should. But so I have no idea, honestly, for your question. But I really don't know.
I mean, they picked themselves up Clockwork, right? So that's going to give them vision inside of that pit anyway.
Yeah, Rocket.
And it's interesting how there is that interaction between vision and anti-vision now in Dota in the past year that there wasn't before. But wow, Republic of South Africa, they are going for that Shadow Fiend as well. So they are matching the team fight of Namibia with their own version of a team fight. What I'm curious to see is how the Shadow Fiend is expected to get that Requiem off against the Silencer.
We'll see. Well, okay, all right, here's where my mind goes. I'm surprised they called him Rattle Trap and Nevermore, and not Clockwork and Shadow Fiend. It's like we're giving them their names, but Silencer is still called Silencer. Okay, that's cool.
Nevermore was the name of Shadow Fiend.
It is his name. This is his actual name. I mean, Shadow Fiend is his title, or whatever you can call it. I'm just surprised. We don't see. I don't know if it's going to be even a magic Shadow Fiend, right? It could be a physical Shadow Fiend. He doesn't even care about his ultimate. As Morta.
Oh.
Okay.
Morta and a Monkey King. When the Morta pick came out, I thought they might be going for a core Morta to counter out that Shadow Fiend, but it's most definitely going to be that Monkey King on that core position. Meanwhile, I think this Morta is going to be on the position 4 with the offlane Mars and Silencer as the position 5.
This is impressive so far from Namibia. I'm entering this game assuming South Africa is the clear favorite, but Namibia's drafting has been very decent so far. It definitely seems like a team that knows what they are doing. Yes, it's like you can have the Mars Arena with calling, with global silence, with Wukongs all over. Like this is very, very like reasonable draft. I guess the only question is Monkey King mid or carry? We'll find out. I think you kind of have to send this Monkey King towards that carry position, because Monkey King versus Shadow Fiend kind of feels pretty weak. You get hit by triple raises and you're done for. You won't be able to stack up on your Jingu Mastery either. So
The Republic of South Africa will have a field day if this Monkey King decides to go down towards that mid lane. Meanwhile, they have picked themselves up that Darkseer. Now, one of the lesser known synergistic combinations is the Darkseer vacuum into the Clockwork Dogs. Personally, I haven't seen it, but it might just happen this game as there are multiple melee heroes on Namibia's side.
I like what you said that you're like, I've never seen. I'm like, yeah, me too. I've always heard about this mythical one where you vacuum them as the Shadowfiend ultimate comes out, so they're like stuck in. They want to get vacuumed in, but also pulled out. I've never seen it in my entire life. I've been playing this game for 20 years, and I'm still waiting for that to happen.
Imagine if they're going to be able to hit all three. So the vacuum into the cogs and then the requiem. So they constantly try to run out of the cogs and keep getting hit. That would be insane.
I mean, I'd love to see it, but if you don't catch Silencer, he'll press R and he'll do the combo breaker. South Africa, who's it gonna be? Is it gonna be a mid or a carry? Because again, their Shadowfiend is also very flexible.
They do need some kind of tankiness on their side, though. The Republic of South Africa, they don't exactly have someone that can frontline or possess any kind of sustain. Sure, you have a natural aura builder in the form of the Darkseer, but Darkseer isn't exactly a hero that frontlines. Darkseer or someone that's positioned behind to get those auras off or to provide that surge. So for the Republic of South Africa, that's something I need to be seeing from them.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say Ursa isn't so bad. Wraith King is always an option. I always feel like Wraith King should be more popular, but a lot of teams are just like, nah, Wraith King. We don't like him. But I wouldn't mind a Wraith King or an Ursa kind of hero. Or you can pick a Puck and put the Shadowfiend carry, and that's a very high risk. They go for a TA.
Oh, so we do end up seeing a Templar. So it is most definitely going to be a Shadowfiend mid, right? Unless they're saying that they send down the TA towards the mid position.
It's flexible for 100%. It can be TA carry, it can be a SF carry, and then vice versa for the remaining one. All right, Namibia. I feel like you have enough team fight. I'd like to see maybe not a Storm. Puck would have been good, but I feel like
Medusa, I want honestly. Would it be good here?
I mean, maybe, but the Darkseer illusions are strong, and you do have some mana burn coming out from the Clockwork. So I think it's okay, but I don't feel like it's the perfect pick. Now Namibia will pick Medusa, and you look super big-brained, and I'll look like, never disagree with Tultras again.
But the thing is, they also don't have enough to take down that refraction fast enough for when that counter initiation comes in, right? So they need some kind of damage over time ability over on their own side. Question is, what can they actually go for? The Ember Spirit is banned out, and
so is the Pucks.
Sure. Yeah,
they go for Medusa. You were talking about it. With one doctor. Course.
You don't second guess the doctor.
Yeah, I knew you'd say so. See, I knew you'd do that. But now, does that mean that it's going to be? It could be mid Medusa. It's perfectly fine. To be fair with you, Medusa against Clockwork, it's not that bad. Like, yes, there is mana burn, but it's usually not that high. Like, it's more annoying early, but later in the game you can kind of shrug it off. The more annoying thing will be the Darkseer illusions, because they will be doing like 90% of your damage anyway. That's not fun if you are playing Medusa.
The big question is, with any Medusa lineup, it essentially revolves around a 4 protect 1 strategy. So the 4 heroes that you do see over on Namibia, will they be able to hold the game long enough against the Republic of South Africa?
The tower damage coming out from South Africa will be high, right? Shadowfiend plus TA with Deso. I don't know if Shadowfiends go for the building anymore. I think that actually got removed, and now it's just -2 armor. But yeah, the tower damage is high, but I don't think it's that high. Like, Namibia should be able to hold it. The
great thing is that Namibia, if they're able to get off their ultimates in a synchronized way, right? The arena, if multiple heroes are caught inside of it, coupled up with the Wukong's command and a global silence on top of that, RSA, Namibia had the potential to melt South Africa's lineup.
Agreed. I think that it's a very scary teamfight lineup. It's Namibia's teamfight is better than South Africa. However, Lineup-wise, I'll say it's even, but we're going to have to see how they actually perform here. As we are going to go. By the way, the Mars took Victory Feast. He did not take the Blood Sport, so people can see when he uses his ultimate. But we're going to go in the game right now. We'll talk about some of the other facets as we begin.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think there was any point in Mars taking that facet when he was faced up against the Clockwork, so might as well switch things up.
Shadow Fiend took the Magic facet with the Shadow Mire, and TA took Void Blades instead. Oh, Medusa!
Oh
Wow.
no, and there's a Clockwork there. He's powered up his Battery Assault, and all 4 heroes from RSA. Blitz no longer with having any mana, and they've just decided to abandon the Gorgon. Blitz goes down, and Soup is going to have a wonderful time grabbing that first blood on that mid Shadow Fiend.
Unfortunate there. Very unfortunate. Oh well, these things happen. Shrug it off and move on. Not a very ideal though to see your carry walk in that situation get caught.
Yeah, it's definitely not to a mid Shadow Fiend. I mean, it's a snowball-oriented lineup over at RSA at the end of the day, and you want to prevent that snowball because you're essentially playing against time if you are over at Namibia, or rather playing for time because you want this game to be going late.
Yes. Let's see. In terms of, yeah, but overall, I'm looking at Namibia. I'm thinking they're probably a much higher skill than Nigeria, just based on those early movements and the facet choices, the drafting. We'll see though. Unfortunately, Morta's in trouble.
Yeah, the Clockwork, oh no, the cogs actually pushed Morta further away. I believe if he held the cogs over there and just ran him down, they would have been able to get that kill. But RSA letting that one go. But overall, I expect this game to be a lot more even than we were predicting.
Same. I'm also looking at. I thought this would be a very one-sided affair. It could still be, but overall, it's looking all right. One thing South Africa is gonna struggle with is that no one builds Diffusal on their team, and their natural mana burn is just not enough. As Defy almost losing his life there. All right, let's talk about the lanes here, lane by lane. Mars and Morta versus Clockwork and TA. I favor the Mars and Morta slightly. How do you feel?
I think it depends if they're able to stack up their spells. Right now, they're able to apply a lot of tempo, but things should be a lot harder once Remedy has more levels. So once you get that Melt Strike, that should be a lot of damage. So it's a bit double-edged affair where Namibia can get a few kills, but they can also lose their lives.
Okay. Still, I feel like it is going to be favoring Namibia slightly. Mid lane, I agree with you though that the Shadow... Oh, top lane. Let's look at that. So it's going to be Silencer and Medusa versus the Shadow Shaman and Darkseer. I still favor Namibia slightly in that one as well. I think that Darkseer and Shadow Shaman will take a lot of harass to get their spells off.
I agree, particularly because the Shadow Shaman can't exactly match the harass of the Silencer. And that essentially means that Medusa should be able to farm to his heart's content, and the Darkseer isn't exactly a hero that can challenge that farm anyway.
Yep. Although so far she's only about almost half the CS of the Darkseer, but I expect it will catch up. As mid lane, also the Shadow Fiend's doing very well against the Monkey King. But
surprisingly,
overall,
Templar is struggling here to get any kind of last hit. Meanwhile, top side, Skep. He might find a kill over here. One more last hit should do the trick, and the spell coming in with his innate is going to mean that he gets away scot-free.
Oh, well, look at that. He actually landed the spears on the cogs, but it's not going to be enough as Soup kills Dr. OG. So even though the lanes are not bad for Namibia, they are still bleeding kills.
And struggling to actually create an opening against this Templar Assassin over on this bot lane. You can see the constant aggression that Namibia are putting out, but Remedy seems to be really good with his sidestepping right now. He's been able to avoid everything that Namibia have thrown at him.
And Pora is out of mana now, so while they were able to be aggressive for the first 3 minutes, without mana it's going to be hard for them to get any combination off with the dead shots. Still, you are seeing again Namibia putting some decent movement. I hear, is it bottom lane? Morta, yeah, bottom lane.
Morta. He's going to live at the edge of his HP pool, but should be alright for now. Meanwhile, over on that top side, Medusa's actually burned through a lot of his mana. In fact, he's ran out of it. B.
The snakes come out.
Enclosing.
Oh my! Did you see that? The spear in the bottom lane, Pora unfortunately spears him between two cogs and allows Remedy to make it out there alive. Very unfortunate situation for him. Oh, well,
What's
these
working
things
out is the Mars is, despite Namibia are able to do two things at the same time, put out aggression and also farm up, because Mars and Muerta have accumulated quite a bit of CS.
Oh, mid lane.
Oh, we might actually see a triple raise over here. Dr. OG, very low over here. Is Soup going to pursue the case? He will, but the Monkey King, his spider senses were tingling there quite a bit, so he decided to jump on those trees. But Soup is winning this mid lane in a very handed fashion. He has twice the amount of lost hits as that Monkey King.
But again, no matter what, oh dear, I don't think Morta's making it out of this one alive, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's
trying.
nowhere to go.
There's the cogs, there's the kill. Pyco damage, losing his life. The thing, at least for Namibia, you have Mars doing well. If Mars can do well, he can set up everyone else, and they can recover. Now, obviously, with the way the game is going, that doesn't seem like really enough for Namibia to recover, but there is that option. That one guy who is the big initiator is having a good time.
Oh. Do you think Mars absolutely needs to get a first item Blink Dagger?
I don't know. It would help you initiate and get those big arenas that you need, but I think, yeah, I'd like it. I would actually like it, because then you can put the calling or Wukong or silencer's damage. It's all add up. Just get a big catch and you can win the fight.
Meanwhile, I mean, all things considered, RSA have accumulated themselves a 2,000 net worth advantage, and that's come at the back of the 5 kills that they have gotten. Namibia haven't been able to make much happen, and sure, this game is a lot more even than we expected, but it's still coming off as a bit one-sided in South Africa's favor.
100%. Oh, I like this one. That's a good cosmetic. That is pretty good. He's got like the Hydra things, snakes. Okay, I'm down with it. Defy saying he still has high ping, unfortunately for him.
I wonder what the ping for these players or for these qualifiers is, because I do think they're playing in the European region.
Yes.
So should have I would say pretty, like, I would say they're probably getting around 200 ping, which is not ideal.
No, it's not. It makes me think also if the teams that make it to LAN and they play, it's like, Rock Lee when he takes off his weights, right? Like they go like, this is what it feels like with 0 ping, where they're all usually playing with like 200 or 180. And then they come in and they're like, oh my god, it's so much faster than before. Oh. Well,
I remember starting Dota off and we would get around 300, 400 ping.
Oh god.
And it was unplayable, but for some reason this game is so addictive that you continue playing, man, even through getting hit by low priorities so many times because your light goes out or your internet's not good enough, but you still keep on going at it.
I mean, when I was a kid and I'd be in the car at night with my parents driving, every time we passed by a light, I tried to read the book or the game that I just got, the cover on the back, because you're like, you don't have light, but this is what you want. So if you want something big enough, you'll accept it no matter what form it's in, even if it's not ideal. So 300 ping it's still Dota, and we love Dota.
Oh yeah, that's quite clear, as we are in our 30s and still love.
You're not. You're not in your 30s.
I'll be there. My birthday's in a month, so.
Yeah, but for now you're what we call a young buck, Oh dear. I don't. It's weird. People were like, oh, 30s and stuff. Like 30s is fine. It doesn't feel like 30s is 30s anymore. You hit 30s, like, yeah, okay. Before this, you look at people who were in their 30s, you'd be like, what happened to you? They'd be like, oh, I was in World War II. You're like, oh my god, yeah, you look like you're 50s. Like, no, I'm actually 28.
Oh wow, we were actually surprisingly close. Because 240 ping, that's expected. But
Yeah.
I think it's because it's because of the fact that it takes a lot longer for you to develop in life as well, right? Because previous generation in their by the time you reach your 30, you're already planning a lot more things like a house or an apartment, cars, all of those things, which just seem kind of out of reach for a lot of us at our age, or for a lot
Yep.
of people in our generation at our age.
At 30 is that people are like, should we have our seventh child now? That's how now it's like at your 30s, like, should we go for one? Should we start? Should we get it? No, usually like that. It's like at 30, we're thinking, do we get a hamster? Do we try our luck with a hamster first?
But coming back to the game just for a little bit, we were theorizing what Namibia should be making, right? And they need something to create tempo for themselves. That's pretty much obvious if they want to be keeping Blitz alive and farming up. What do you think RSA should be going for? We talked a bit about the Shadow Fiend, magical versus physical build, but what about some of the other heroes?
Well, yeah, we want what we said. The Mars should go for the Blink Dagger. Monkey King, I kind of like Maelstrom on Monkey King more than anything else. Sometimes you want to get Diffusal, but it's too committed to fighting. If you go Battlefield, you're too committed to farming. So Maelstrom's a nice middle. What Silencer? Silencer's Force Staff. If you can get, you have to get Force Staff on your supports to push people out of the cogs. And Medusa will just go standard Medusa items, of course. Manta and Butterfly.
What about Templar?
Templar Assassin. Yeah, I mean, it's usually you get the trifecta of items, right? The Blink, BKB, Deso with a shard, and that's all you usually get with the Templar Assassin.
Do you think the
Like,
Desolator is going to be as good in this game? Because you are playing against a Medusa, right?
it still amps up your damage, right? Like, I think you're right. Like, it doesn't. It's true that like every mana absorbs a certain amount of damage regardless, but you still get like extra damage from the
Yeah.
Deso, and there are other heroes to hit, and Deso can give you up to 85 damage. That's pretty insane, actually.
I wonder, and I haven't done the maths on this. Perhaps in this pause we can do a bit of quick maths, but whether or not the Desolator would be giving more damage against the Medusa or the Diffusal Blade.
Probably Diffusal on it against a Medusa for sure. Diffusal, but Deso, I feel like you still want Deso. Remember, you were also looking at buildings, and Deso helps you take those down.
Oh yeah.
Roshan as well. So there are other factors besides just the Medusa.
I wonder
At least
when we'll
that's
see our first rotation, because on the side of South Africa, there isn't exactly their mid laner can't rotate, right? Which is different for Namibia because the Monkey King can rotate. So for the Republic of South Africa, during this entire laning phase, it's going to be up to the supports to actually create that space and those openings against Namibia. So it's going to be more of a passive game. Meanwhile, Namibia, once the Monkey King gets perhaps that first power rune, you can go towards that bot side, get a few kills on that Templar Assassin. I think that is the strategy that they're going to be going for.
they can coordinate the Monkey King. I love Monkey King mid. I think Monkey King mid is better than Monkey King carry because you are so mobile and so active, and you jump in, hit, boundless. You can do like insane amounts of damage. It's a lot of fun. Sad face. Let's hope Blitz can make it back in time here.
Don't you think it's a bit harder for a Monkey King to play against the Clockwork? The Rocket giving that flying vision, he can get brought down from the trees, and even if he's not under vision, a well placed vacuum or perhaps even a lucky vacuum can actually bring him down.
That's a good point. And I believe even if you're on a tree and you get hit by Shadowfiend's ultimate, you drop down and walk away. I'm not sure about that one though. But yeah, your point about like the Darkseer vacuum, many times it's happened. Clockwork getting the rocket on Monkey King is a little bit less likely, to be fair with you. But yeah, the Darkseer is very annoying for a Monkey King to deal with. As
Namibia sure do seem like they're faced with an uphill battle. Now a lot of the mid laners were actually banned out, right? I remember seeing most of the spirits banned out. The Queen of Pain
Yep,
was banned out, so there
the
weren't a lot
puck.
of options. The puck was also banned. Yeah, not a lot of options, but deciding to go for the Monkey King certainly synergizes well, as we mentioned before. But right now, they have to make three ultimates work out within 1 second of each other. Meanwhile, RSA they don't necessarily have to have synergy. All of their
Mm.
spells and even all of their ultimates can come at different times in those team fights. They can even choose to counter initiate. So it's going to be interesting. Oh wow. Defy
Ooh.
they're going to be playing at 4. You see, that is the commitment that I was talking about. Even I'm willing to bet you, even if their ping was 400, they would still be here in this match.
Right? I mean, you sign up to represent your country, so you're gonna do everything you can to actually like be there. You know, you don't want to be able to be like, guys, let's just forfeit or anything. You're like, I want to be there and give something, show something for my country, for myself as well. But we're gonna be on Essa for a little bit.
I love how
Uh,
Skep brought up the dial-up. You remember the dial-up days?
Yes, it was. Oh my god! And you put it on, you hear "Da-na, da-da-da-da-da," and if you're doing it at night where your family's asleep, you're like shh. I What we used to do was to make sure our parents don't hear is that we go to the bathroom and we flush as it does the sound, so they think oh they're in the bathroom but that's it.
Oh man, it has certainly come a lot far. I remember seeing 100 back in the dial-up days, like 20-50 kbp per second was the bar, was the gold standard, right? And now even sitting on 100 MB connection, it still feels unsatisfying. Like, why does my
Right.
download, why does my 100 GB download not finish instantly? I want to download and play this game right now.
Yeah, we have fiber here in Malaysia. So, like when I click a game to download from Steam, if it's like if I go up and get a glass of water and come back and still not finished, I feel like there's something wrong. I'm like, let me call my guys. What's going on there? This is not how it should be. Oh dear. Well, anything from the teams? All right. Well, the Mars is saying I should have spent my time learning the piano instead of Dota. I'm like,
That's
yes,
that's something that he brings up a very good point. How many hours do you have in the game?
some hours.
Some okay. I'll tell you my. I have, I think, around 8 to 9,000 hours. That's enough to learn probably 5 instruments if I wanted to.
Let me see. How many do I have on Dota? I have more than 8.
More than okay. I feel, Otimo, your face says that you're lying to me.
Yes, I have more than 8. What do you want? Hey, the game's ready. Oh yeah, thank God. All right, we're back in the game. It's unpause and let's see how it's gonna go here as we're back into the game. It's still a very tough situation for Namibia as the Medusa's actually walking back to the base. He's the one who disconnected, but he's like, I can't lane anymore.
Hopefully,
Oh.
though, their ping issues are sorted out.
And that's the first kill though. But yeah, the Medusa is kind of walking back and forth. Unfortunately, he did lose about 30 seconds of farm time walking backwards to the tier 2 and now he's walking back into the lane. Awkward, but it happens.
But again,
oh, look at this. Dr. OG,
Medusa-
he's
Oh,
he's bottom. He did get a nice kill on the clockwork. Unfortunately, Shadowfiend continues to free farm mid with 40 to 15. That is a huge discrepancy in their CS.
meanwhile, yeah, that's the problem, right? Blitz is really not having a good time, and with the Shackle coming in on towards that silencer, Blitz is going to suffer as he loses his support over here, and even on towards that bot lane, Soup came in for a double kill.
Oh, that's a tough one. And I don't think he's done yet. Oh, he almost one more hit. He is committed. Haste Ruin makes sure he gets the kill. And guess what? It is 30 seconds before the spawn of the Wisdom Shrines. Top lane Blitz also loses his life. Ran down with his Iron Shell. South Africa, they're like, we want to end this game before someone gets more internet issues.
Yeah, they don't want to give any chances. No quarter to Namibia. Skep steps forward on towards that silencer. The teleports are coming in though. The rotations will be enough to clean up that Darkseer, leaving the Shadow Salmon alone over here. Can he find the jukes? Unfortunately, won't be able to. He will inevitably lose his life. So it's Dr. OG over on Namibia stepping up for his team with his own little rotation.
They are good, but he's level 5 at 7 minutes. They want to make sure they get this. It's annoying. They do get it. And they make sure to get that +1 int as well. I probably put too much value on stealing intelligence on a silencer than I should, but it's so much fun.
So this little movement from Namibia wasn't half bad, right? I suppose the haste rune that the Shadow Fiend got propelled him to get that triple kill. I don't think he would have been able to get it otherwise. So a bit of luck favoring RSA, but otherwise, yeah, I mean, even apart from that, you still have that huge discrepancy like you mentioned before. 13 lost hits for that Medusa, and it's not looking good because your Medusa, remember, this is a 4 protect 1 lineup, so if your Medusa cannot farm, you are going to have no chance at taking this game.
Pora is also in trouble right now, getting knocked around by these cogs. I think he just got bounced between 3 of them. Jeez, and Blitz, by the way, he's got less than 2,000 gold net worth right now on this Medusa. It looks like it might get even lower soon. Oh, rotation from Doctor.
Monkey King. Dr. OT is here again, but this time, it's a 1-for-1 for the mid lane. There's a Requiem, goes out from Soup, the Silencer to get hit by 2 raises, and Blitz has no more mana, so while he was trying to back up his Silencer, he has to be careful. If they spot him out, they're going to focus their eyes on him, and Blitz, he got caught out and taken down. Of course, Dr. OT trying to find that return will be able to, but it's at the cost of Soup. His raises are hitting Namibia a bit too hard.
They are at least able to get 2 kills. Oh, well, unfortunately, it's a 2-for-3 trade. It's not the worst thing in the world for Namibia, honestly. Oh,
The problem is Soup seems to be so good on the Shadow Fiend, able to hit all of those raises, and the Mars actually was forced to throw out that arena in a desperate attempt to save his own life. So many rotations being forced out on Namibia here. The teleports are coming in, but can they actually punish Soup here because he is out of mana? The surge coming in from the Darkseer though, but it was interrupted by that Boundless Strike. RSA though, they are unfettered. They want to turn this around. Soup on a godlike streak, and Namibia, despite of bringing in the numbers, are forced to run with their tails between their legs, but they won't be allowed it. Their Medusa falls twice, and perhaps their Mars is going to die for a second time too.
Oh, he's going to go for him. Can he get on top of him? He doesn't have a blink or an arena anyway, but it looks like he is going to be losing his life in the end. That Cogs, by the way, we did mention early game, Medusa really suffers, and he's maxing out Cogs. It's level 3 already. It's a lot of mana. 105 mana per bounce is pretty huge.
And this game is looking, you know, the more this game goes on, it looks less and less even. It seems to be pretty one-sided as Namibia, it seems like they haven't learned their lesson. And I think FICO will be adding that missing S as he has taken quite the damage to, you know, his soul. Beyond his soul. I think whatever exists inside of someone's soul is also getting pretty hurt right now.
Unfortunately, look at the levels though. Like level 4 on your carry. At this point of the game, they need Silencer to hit level 6 as well, so they're giving Defy the lane because they're like, yo, dude, get 6. It just gets 6 on Silencer so we can have something to work with. As bottom lane, Soup is there, cranking up that ulti. Oh, there you go.
Oh, won't even actually need to wait for FICO. Is just going to throw 2 raises out. He did have that amplified damage though. So that's why those raises did so much damage, and it seems like he's actually going to go for that magic build. It seems like RSA are not really worried about that global silence.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, let's say he globals. He might global someone else. He might not have, you know, like Shadow Fiend will be unaffected by it because he wasn't even fighting. So they're like, all right, we want to keep the tempo going, and Magic Shadow Fiend is way more active than physical. In the meantime, I mean, it was going okay first like few minutes, but that top skirmish, I think Namibia got like 2 kills and South Africa got like 10.
Things really didn't seem to be working for them as RSA already 12 minutes in, they are staring down that tier 2 tower, and towards the back line of that tower though is a Darkseer with that 2-man vacuum, but Namibia look to punish this, throwing out the arena, skewering the Darkseer to that wall, and with an additional teleport coming in, they might be able to take him down, but he now has that surge, so there's not going to be that threat of any kill happening as Remedy finds it. But meanwhile, RSA decide to go back in. It is on towards that mid laner, and with Soup coming in, one more raise, make it 2 to finish that Monkey King.
Dude, B is pretty insanely good. Like, during the arena, he puts cogs outside and shoots them into the arena, and he gets like 3 of them. Like, insane physical, sorry, not physical, insane mechanical skill right there to do that. Very impressive by B. Well, what are we looking at in terms of items? TA is going first item Deso after going for the Dragonlance. Just wants to bring down those buildings, farm as fast as possible as Medusa disconnects again.
I wonder how much pause time they actually have.
Can't be that long, honestly. Like, I feel like we've paused a lot this game, so I don't imagine that there's much pause time left. At least we have the ultimates on all of the Dire squad except Blitz, who, as we've seen, is really struggling with that internet. Oh, he's back. He's reconnected.
And perhaps, this game is supposed to be more even, but perhaps Namibia are just struggling in terms of the latency department, because their draft suggests to me that this is a good team.
Yep. Or at least a team that knows Dota enough. Like, sometimes you can be like, oh, I know what every hero does. I know good combinations. I'm like in Ancient. I have some idea of drafting, but there is different tiers, and South Africa is a very, 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 very high tier. And can we get the shackle off? There you go.
There's no help around this poor Morta. He's in no man's land, or it turns out he's in South African land, as the triangle is in complete control. They seem to have wars down towards Namibia's jungle as well, and the entire map has suddenly, 13 minutes in, turned into RSA's playground.
And then once they have the Deso and some snakes, they can start going for high ground if they want to, or go for Roshan. You still, I feel like, should be a little bit worried if you're South Africa. A big team fight from Namibia can not win them the game, but delay it for another like 10 minutes. Not sure if this team is, and in 10 minutes, a lot of things can change. So I would still be a bit hesitant to go high ground too early.
Yeah. Particularly, I think the safe play would be to get all of your auras up on the Dark Tier before you go high ground. You at least would need a pipe. You have the Crimson Guard, but an additional pipe might just give them the extra energy required to break that Tier 3.
Morta's taking out the Serpent Wars there. I'm used to I'm seeing a lot of core Morta, so when the support one right clicks, she's so slow. I'm like, my god, that is a slow hitter. But the tower falls at the end.
Upside, Templar Assassin, eyeing down the Medusa. Is he going to make a play for it? Of course, the Medusa doesn't exactly have too much mana, and it seems like the Medusa decided to TP back to base.
Wow, smart. He's like, oh, they probably don't have any, TA doesn't have any stuns in any way, so this is the safe option. In fact, oh dear.
Oh no, a hookshot inside of Namibia. The instant arena to be forced out, but it's just a support that they're going to be able to find. But Soup goes in for the Requiem on towards the Mars in Namibia. They collapse under the pressure of that Shadow Fiend.
That was an arena and a global being traded for a Clockwork as well as a Shadow Fiend's ultimate. Not too bad, honestly. When you're that far behind, everything's worth it. You should do everything you can to get a kill. I think they know Soup is there, by the way. He walked through a sentry.
And the unfortunate thing is because Medusa is so behind, he does not have that Stone Gaze.
Nope, and it's generally one of those things that Medusa doesn't want to take too early, right? You want to take anything that you can to accelerate your farm. Oh dear, we're going to enter that situation where all of South African players are all above the Namibia players in terms of net worth.
Yeah, even the support Clockwork, I believe him dying actually made it a bit worse for him. He might have actually been ahead of the Mars already. But for Namibia, we're waiting on that Blink Dagger from the Mars.
How close is he to it? He's actually very close. Only 400 gold away. The problem is he's not out on the map farming. So even you can be like 200-300 gold, but you get no creeps, and suddenly you're still gonna take forever to get it. Oh, the ward gets instantly removed. That's unfortunate.
In Namibia, they're sticking close to each other. I wonder if RSA are going to be making another rotation. The high ground is, like you mentioned, very dangerous because not only do you have that arena and global silence, you also have that Wukong's command. And without the Monkey King revealing himself, RSA don't know where he is.
Well, but in the meantime, they're saying, why go high ground? High ground is the most dangerous thing you can do in Dota. So only go for it when you have massive advantage. And one of the ways to get that is an Aegis. Wow, that's deeper than he wants to go.
Yeah, well, we see an arena come out. Soup actually goes in, and this time he's stuck inside of the arena, but it's not going to matter. He gets a double kill right off the bat. A vacuum to bring the Mortar in, a shackle from the other side. Meanwhile, the counter initiation from Namibia is lacking quite the firepower, as there's simply no one alive. Blitz, the Gorgon left to fend for himself, and one hit from Remedy is going to take him down to a full team wipe. 17 minutes in.
I'm a little surprised they didn't call it, to be honest with you. The way the game is going, it is very one-sided right now in favor of South Africa. And Namibia, I think they're talented enough to be like, yeah, I don't think we're coming back from this one, boys. But they're holding strong. They're still trying.
Yeah. Full lane of Rax going the way of RSA already. I think this game is pretty much over.
Very much so. But Namibia, hey, you never know. Big arena could do something for them, but my god, with the Deso and the Snakes, towers just disappear.
They really do need to get the stun on towards that Shadow Fiend. Without it, they don't have much.
Yeah, it's Monkey King. Doesn't have Wukong though, and that's just FICO damage dead.
None of them have ultimates for that matter, as RSA, they're going to probably be able to take down a free lane of Rax on that bot side. So they'll come out with 2 lanes of Rax and perhaps even go towards that fountain as Remedy blinks forward. Needs to be careful though, he can get skewered. Of course, he does have that Aegis. Meanwhile, the rest of RSA are going to be cleaning that Monkey King. The Aegis does pop, but the rest of RSA tugging Remedy. There he's going to be safe.
I love how B was able to find Dr. OG. He follows him around. He's like, I know he's in the trees. He cogs the trees. He does fight him. He throws a hook shot and catches him. Oh, Morta gets her ultimate off. Might be able to survive.
Oh, this time there's the big arena. Followed up with that global silence, but the damage from RSA is simply too overpowering for Namibia. The cogs are going to hold Blitz in place and they're going to be able to take him down. The Wukong's command is quite simply too little, too late.
Oh god, Soup going beyond god. Like, what is his? How many kills did he get? He's 19 kills on Shadow Fiend. You look at him, you think, oh, he got 3 assists. GG's called. Namibia, they are very aware of the state of the game, deciding that this is just way too much. As they also shout out to Marsh Bulo. Isn't that one of your nicknames? I was gonna see. I'd love bald people. We're all part of the same hive mind. We're all connected.
But I can't take credit for it. That's not my nickname. I wouldn't want to discredit the real Marsh Bulo, you know. Everyone deserves that kind of love. If a player wants to give a shout out, then very much deserves to do that. Meanwhile, South Africa come out ahead, winning game number 1 against Namibia. It was a bit expected. What was unexpected was the drafting ability coming out from Namibia. But we don't know if it's latency issues because it is a different region, or the simple fact that RSA just outplayed them. Certainly one player that stuck out was Soup. His raises and his requiems, even his blink, seemed to be simply on point.
I don't know. I feel like B is my standout. That was some incredible clockwork performance. The way he was able to save his Mars, he was able to save the Darkseid caught in the arena by kicking in cogs and pushing them away, was absolutely fantastic. So now B is my MVP. Now, all right, Teltris, I have a question for you.
Okay.
What is the average rank of the Namibia players? What do you think? You've seen them play. You should have a
high ancient, low divine.
Yeah, very good. Yes, they're 3 of them have rankings, and they're all Ancient 4 and Ancient 5. So, well done there, buddy.
Nice. I don't even have my Dota on, by the way. This was completely just a guess from how they play.
I would have said the same thing, by the way, because they have like some very solid fundamentals and ideas, and the draft is not bad, but the other team is just literally 4 times your MMR.
Yeah, the other team, RSA, I mean, Soup and the Clockwork, like you mentioned, both play like high immortals, quite simply. But
Oh, yep, rank 400s, baby. Rank 400 is insane on Soup. Soup might be able to just be the one who carries the team to victory. But these are the highlights of the match as South Africa in stunning performance, stunning opening match as we expected.
surprising that we haven't seen many of these players in competitive Dota, right? Perhaps they have competed, but without any Wikipedia page. It's a bit interesting.
It just shows you how hard it is to even become a pro player, right? Like even this level, you can find players like I remember. Like I go to tournaments that are like $1,000, and you meet rank 200 players, and you're like, "This is a small tournament. It's $1,000. Why are you here?" And they're like, "We want the money." And you're like, "Holy crap!" So if there's some money to be made, you'll find some very impressive players there.
Meanwhile, has anyone actually... Okay, wow, Soup and Remedy didn't actually die a single time, considering that Soup went in for those initiations without any fear of dying. Very impressive that he was actually able to make it out of that one. Meanwhile, Defy and Morta, or even actually the Monkey King, okay, so Namibia actually got a few kills on their roster. I do think that the performance from Blitz was slightly underwhelming. Of course, again, there's the skill gap that exists between them, but similar to Nigeria, at the end of the day, it's coming here and competing and getting all of that experience, particularly against opponents that are much better than you. And I'm glad that for Nigeria, I don't know what their ping was, right, to be honest, because it wasn't brought up. We did see a lot of disconnects coming out from them, so perhaps they also had high ping. But this African region is pretty delightful to see, because despite of everything, despite of the odds, it's at the end of the day, it's a group of guys who love to play the game, coming out here, representing their country and competing.
Yep, and again, we also see so many teams when they come into this one, they start off like they learn a lot by the end of it. It's a rough beginning, but by the end, once it concludes, they're like, all right, I've learned a few very important tricks that I'll be able to take in pubs, grind up a couple of thousand more, be a much better player just because of this tournament exposure. So kudos to them on that. And hopefully Namibia will learn a lot from game 1 and bring it to game 2 against South Africa.
Okay, so one last thing. Do you think, we saw the skill gap difference between Nigeria and some of their competitors, and we thought no way, or rather you thought no way. I still believed in a 1% chance. Do you think that with the current skill gap, high ancients, low divines versus high immortals, do you think that even now it's 100% chance that Namibia lose the series in a 2-0?
Probably, yeah. It's really hard to say how big the gap is. Like if you're an Asian player, you might think, I know Dota pretty well. I'm like, yeah, but it's huge. There's a huge difference here. But we're going to discuss this huge difference once we take a break here. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, and we'll see you guys then for the potential final match of this qualifier. See you in a bit. Hello and welcome back to the Iesf Africa Qualifiers, where we're going to doing South Africa. We did North Africa the last 3 games. We're doing South Africa here in the final match between South Africa, the Republic of South Africa, versus Namibia. South Africa took it very convincingly in game 1. Namibia, they showed some signs of life, but it was a very much David versus Goliath story, or Goliath versus hamster. I think is more accurate. Is that how you saw
Ottoman, you do realize that David beat Goliath, right?
Yeah, I'm sure he struggled, didn't he?
In the end, he had a slingshot. He straight up 360 no scoped Goliath down.
Okay, well, David. The strong team is winning. All right, don't stop ruining my analogy.
I'm sure there are better examples out there, man. But don't let the realist, or Ottoman would say that he's a pessimist or slightly a pessimist. But this isn't the final match. Perhaps against all odds, Namibia can counter this one out and take it to a game number 3. Is it likely? Probably not, right? I've played enough Dota. You heard Ottomo say he had more than 8,000 hours. We don't know exactly how much. I suspect it's somewhere between 13 to 15,000 if I were to be guessing. And he's not denying it so far, so I'm probably right. But I have more than 8,000. Probably, actually, I probably have more than 10,000. This is a story that has been recounted over and over. It actually reminds me of the time where me and my team queued up ranked matchmaking, and because the MMR was so high, we came across Team Malaysia, right? With Ohio, KYXY, Net, Mushi, and we got destroyed. We got hammered because obviously we're playing against TI3, third place TI3, the team that came third place. Yeah, Team Orange, right? Later, I think they had a brief stint as Team Malaysia, which, to be fair, that is what IESF is all about, right? And it seems like Team Malaysia brought it there first, as far as the players go.
It could. I mean, it might be here. By the way, I like how the players, because they are having internet issues. There's a big Dota update, 20 megabytes, and you're like, oh my god. It's not big. It's 20, but there is some certain lag issues going on right there, as we are waiting for both teams to be in the lobby, be ready to go as well. In the meantime, though, yep.
I wonder if there's any set rule in any of the rule books, because most of the rule books are pretty similar to each other. On Dota 2 downloads, right? What if I have a 1 KB per second download speed? Is everyone expected to wait for me while my update downloads? Because it's not my fault that there's an update,
True, but I also assume that if you have 1 kilobyte download, you probably can't play Dota either, right? It's like if you have some sort of reasonable speed to be able to be in the game. As we're still waiting. One of the teams has actually completely exited the lobby. They're like, peace out. We're gonna go download and then come back in. I didn't even realize there was a download. Apparently, I don't know how that works out.
I think you might need to restart your Dota.
I'm fine. For me, I'm in the lobby there. It's all good. I accidentally almost pressed find match before. I was like, I'm so used to, I'm like, ranked. I'll find match. And I was like, wait, no, I'm supposed to go to custom lobby. I have work to do.
But I do think that I wonder. We talked about this strategy when Nigeria went for their game 2, where we suggested that they diverge from picking up AoE dependent heroes and instead go for more basic heroes, easier to play heroes, right? So that might be something that works out pretty well for Namibia, because they do have their core basics down.
I've heard that theory before, and I was also a big advocate for it. Pick Lion, right? Just go hex and stun and finger people, and it's good. And I believe there's certainly merit, but I don't know if that's what I would want you to do. I would want people who are outmatched, not overmatched, to just go in and pick whatever you're most comfortable with, so that when you watch the replay, you are playing a hero you know. You don't want to be like, guys, you forced me to play a hero I don't know, or I don't play, or something, and I was struggling with the controls, and therefore that's why I can't learn so much from this match. Like, pick your best hero and play a normal game, and then figure out your problems with that hero.
Okay, so one more question, and this is a bit of an interesting one. Who do you think would make more excuses about why they lost? A team with Guardians or a team with Ancients?
More excuses. I think the team with Ancients, right? Because they know the game more, so they kind of have like more excuses to draw from. A Guardian team will be like, "Oh, I didn't even realize we were playing Dota." You know, like, "Oh yeah," you know, they'll be like, "Oh, they're higher rank." But maybe also the Guardian team doesn't realize how big the gap is because they're so bad, you know? So it works out either way.
Or perhaps the Ancient team thinks that the difference isn't that high because it's only 2 medals away, right? If you think about it that way.
I mean, we need to have like 5 more medals added to Dota at the moment. Like we need to have me and you should not be the same medal as Satanic or all these people. Like, we should not, logically we are not that level, so why do we have the same medal? So I mean, I know there's a numbering system, but I actually feel like the numbering system should stay. Like, that's a very nice thing, but the medal system should change completely.
And that's actually interesting because it was brought up. I saw it on a Reddit forum, or rather, I saw it on the Reddit forum in the Dota subreddit, where someone suggested that the medal number should actually be increased. Because remember, we spoke about how many people play the game, right? More than 500,000 people play every single day. And so it might be worth it to have, say, up to rank 10,000 or rank 20,000, because there are enough immortal players to go around.
Yes, I know what you mean, right? Like, you should be getting your number much earlier. I would like that as well. Was that the lobby beginning? Oh yeah, the lobby just beginning. Yeah, I mean, at one point it was supposed to be 25,000. If you actually look at the immortal itself, it has the 25,000, then it goes 5 and top 100. I'm looking at the middle right now. Yeah, and it starts at 25,000. But I've never seen anyone above 5,000. That's never happened.
Yeah. It also gives something to play for, right? Because below Immortal, you see that little percentage, and that gives you that extra drive to keep on playing, because you obviously want to rank up. But when you hit that Immortal before you get numbered Immortal, which is quite a few ways off, I believe on Europe, you hit Immortal at around 6k, but until you reach about 8k, then you're not going to be top 5,000. So you're just staring into the abyss for the 2,000 MMR.
No, it's actually more than that. I believe, I'm not sure, I could be wrong, but I believe that Immortal is like 5,630 for all regions. I think, I could be very wrong. And in Europe, it's like 8.5. So for 3,000 MMR, you're not getting nothing. You're just getting nothing out of that. In Asia, it's more reasonable. You actually get a number at like 6.5. So, you know, it's okay. Where's your number anyway? I haven't seen it for a while.
I play on both Europe and Southeast Asia, so even though my MMR is there, I don't really get it. I think you have to play like 21 games within a week, in the same region to be getting a number. So,
so where's your Asia? So which one are you playing more? Stick to Asia. I want to see that number. I want to see it like this big number.
But there's a lot more of a communication barrier in the Southeast Asian region than there is in Europe. But let's head straight into the game. I want to see what these numbered immortals, what these high numbered immortals actually do. And Namibia, for the first time, 2 days of us casting, it's been the better team that picks up that punch. But this time, Namibia are really showing the true spirit of having fun. They're saying, hey, we might not win, but we're going to have a blast.
Yes, they will. And the pudge comes out. I would prefer it if it's a support pudge, just because a core pudge is easier to see the hook. Usually, you're farming. It's obvious when it's like, oh, he's going to hook. Whereas a support pudge from the trees throws a hook, misses, pulls back their own creep, ruins the equilibrium. Much more fun to do that.
But a Hoodwink coming out from the other side. This is a bit I would say, old school, right? Because I believe quite a few letter patches down, you would see that first pick Hoodwink because it was such a great hero to actually play on that support position. Now, not so much. So it is a bit surprising how South Africa have prioritized their first pick.
A while ago, Hoodwink was amazing because she was when we had Maelstrom build into Gleipnir. And people were like, just get a Maelstrom or rather Atos, whatever you want. You can go farm lanes, just throw the Bushwhack, the Acorn Shot. It clears out creep waves. You farm very fast, very, happy when you get the Gleipnir. But now Gleipnir doesn't build from a Maelstrom. So you have to pick, do I want to farm with a Maelstrom or do I want to be a better player and go for the Gleipnir? And that really hurt the hero. That's one of the biggest victims of the Gleipnir change.
And oh wow, RSA are actually going to go for a Tusk and a Kunkka. So again, synergy exists in a very similar way in their lineup, where previously they had their Darkseer clockwork to bring heroes into a close enough AoE for them to hit them with their spells. They're doing the exact same thing, right? If you think about it, the Hoodwink does bring in heroes closer in a similar way to the Vacuum. You have the Tusk whose shards are similar to the Cogs, and then you have the Kunkka whose Torrent and Ghost Ship is somewhat similar to the Requiem.
I wonder if South Africa is going to consider Dawnbreaker at this point. It feels like Dawnbreaker could go for either team right now because you gotta be careful, South Africa. And a big RP can land, a combo from the Tiny, a hook can catch one of you guys. There's a lot of things Namibia can do. Some of it are long cooldown, but they can snowball with this. And a Dawnbreaker is a great way to stop that snowball from escalating, going out of control. Ooh,
and
wow.
Oh. Namibia weren't able to pick that one up in the previous game because the Queen of Pain was banned, but it does seem like it's a bit of a risky pick against the Kunkka because there's only one way to blink out, right? But if you're X-Smart, can't exactly get it off, and it's super difficult to get the blink in between of you being brought back by the X-Mark and hit by that Torrent. So I wonder if the Queen of Pain will find any kind of success, as even the lane matchup is, I think this is a skill-based matchup more than anything else between the Queen and Ember, because even if you max that Shadow Strike, there's no guarantee that it'll land on the Ember because you can technically dodge it out.
I'd be very surprised if Namibia went for that, though. I think the Queen of Pain is going to go for more Scream of Pain max out. We're seeing a lot more people just say, just skip it, right? Because you mentioned it yourself. What if I throw a dagger and he dodges and I put 3 points in it? It's so bad. But instead, people go 0-2-4 with a point their ultimate by level 7. That's what I expect to happen here.
So now this Kunkka is an offlane, right?
Ember is mid. Oh, there's Kunkka Care and Kunkka off. So we have to wait and see what Namibia wants to where they want to put him. Offlane with a Tusk? No, offlane with a Hoodwink is not bad for sure.
Gives a nice setup for the Torrent for sure, yeah.
Alright, so I've always, this is something I ask a lot of people I cast with, is that was there any hero in a certain meta that you wished you could go back and play, but you missed out on it? For me, for example, at one point, Null Talisman used to reduce the amount of mana you use, right, when you use a spell.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you would see the Mid-Storm come out and just go 6 Null Talismans, so that was it. And at the very end of that patch, Support Storm became a thing. And I didn't get a chance to play it because it's such 6 Null Talisman, anyone can build it. I didn't get a chance to play it, but I always be like, I wish I had. Do you have anything like that? You're like, I wish you could have played that meta.
I do, but I do want to bring it back to the lineups because we do have our final picks, and it turns out you were right. It is most likely going to be a carry Kunkka, as RSA have gone for that Underlord. Meanwhile, Namibia go for that Vengeful Spirit. I'm not too sure about where the Vengeful will lane hold. It's in fact in the hands of Blitz, so it's going to be a carry Vengeful Spirit and a support Pudge and a support Tiny. Meanwhile, an offlane Magnus and a mid Queen of Pain. Again, Namibia with their draft, apart from the Pudge pick, of course, perhaps he just really wanted to play that one, so they're going to be having a bit of fun. Meanwhile, RSA may not have, I would say, the better draft, but at the end of the day, their players pack more punch.
For sure. Well, they do have great damage mitigation, by the way. Underlord does a lot of damage. Remedy will also be doing that with his boat. We can probably expect a Pipe and a Greaves. Because Namibia, if they catch them off guard, this is a very high damage draft between the Tiny, the Magnus, and the Queen of Pain. Like, they can dish it out. So, I like that South Africa went for a bit more serious picks at the end. I think it's really good for them. Looking at... Oh! It's Avenging Missile on the Vengeful Spirit. I think they might be swapping roles, by the way. I know Blitz was their carry in the previous one, but Avenging Missile tells me that's a support. And the Pudge has a Quelling Blade, so it's going to be a core Pudge.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Coming back to your question, though, but I will again have to hold that thought as RSC are making a very aggressive move on towards that core Pudge. A two-man swashbuckle, or rather not a swashbuckle, but a two-man stun from that Hoodwink will mean 2 kills go the way of RSA very early on, and perhaps even a third, as Fico seems to be waiting for that toss. Does manage to find it on that Ember, but there's just simply no follow-up over here. With that Hoodwink coming in with so many stuns at their disposal, RSA are going to be allowed to disengage and just get back after having planted that Observer, which did get dewarded.
Still an unfortunate start. And who got first blood? It's the Ember. Oh dear, they might not be done yet here. There's still more blood to take. Bush Hoodwink a bit fragile, but still doesn't die.
I don't. The Swashbuckle and the Bushwalk aren't similar sounding names, but don't know why I got confused with that one. But coming back to what you asked me, my favorite was, remember when the neutral items came, but instead of going in a neutral item slot, they went into your inventory so that you could stack up essentially 3 neutral items. So I love the Storm Spirit with that 30% spell amplification.
You could get like a fairy trinket as well. Well, Underlord's going to be losing his life. Yeah, I remember people would get this, the Null Talismans and the Fairy Trinket for Storm, and that would be like so much mana reduction. So, well. We'll see if it happens some other time.
I wonder if we'll actually see 2 neutral item slots come out by WoW. That would be interesting. Because I say this because 6 inventory slots doesn't seem like it's enough anymore.
No, I mean, technically we have 9, but I know what you mean. I hope it doesn't change too much, though. Like, again, it'll be more complication added. Let's have a year without new things being added to Dota. Just balancing it out. Blitz has disconnected. That's unfortunate.
But yet no pause coming in from Namibia. They're content on playing for now on this carry Pudge. But RSA...
I believe that they... I don't know what the pause timer rules are. But yeah, Blitz he's going back to base. Maybe they're like, Joe, I'm going to walk back to base, disconnect, and then reconnect once it's fully healed or something like that.
Give Pudge as much XP as they can. That's a strategic move. But he's going to reconnect as soon as he reaches the fountain.
See, I told you, it's all part of the plan.
Unfortunately, though, what's not part of the plan is Defy getting zoned in on by RSA, but they just seem to leave him be, as the Tusk was able to find a kill over on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, but I remember when I clicked on Blitz and I saw Avenging Missile, I was like, that is not what core Vengeful Spirit gets. And it's like, that's a support. By the way, Magnus also has diminishing return, which is something we don't see as well. They usually go for the eternal empowerment to increase your farm. So diminishing return is certainly better early, but slows Deer down late game for sure.
Now, Dr. OG has been doing decently. If we can take a look at the lost hits, Ember Spirit only has 6 lost hits though. So not exactly good at 3 minutes in. Meanwhile, the Queen of Pain has about 11 lost hits. So I would say both of them are actually not doing good. They're choosing to dish out damage and harass as much as they can rather than secure those lost hits. And I think both of these heroes are very farm dependent.
For sure, but they're more EXP dependent for the Queen of Pain early on. Getting that 6 and going to another lane and using Sonic Wave is a bigger deal than Like Ember Spirit might be more farm dependent than the Queen of Pain early on. As yeah, in terms of CS, it's 15 for the Underlord, 13 for Quap, 12 Ember, 11 Kunkka, then 8 for the Magnus and the Pudge. So the Namibia ones, apart from Queen of Pain, are struggling on the course.
Oh, blink
Toss,
back
the good
into
combo.
the skewer inside of the tier 1 tower, and B is sure to fall over here as Magnus has another shockwave. He doesn't have a snowball, so he should ideally die.
He's got shards. He's got shard. Yeah, he just walks out of it. Boots, what magic wand, high strength hero. Okay.
Oh wow. And the Queen of Pain, or rather, yeah, the Queen of Pain isn't even making a move towards that top side. Perhaps he could have come in to secure that kill, but instead Dr. OG is content throwing out that voice line. Despite, that's not a level 5 voice line. You heard the ones you love is, if correct me if I'm wrong, is I think it comes at level 15 or 20.
I have no interest in cosmetics in Dota. I'm sorry. Like, I like looking at them, but like voice lines, cosmetics, announcers, all of them are just like, nah, I don't care. Another decent toss, but into a skewer. Can they get it?
Unfortunately, they weren't able to bring B into the tower this time around, and it seems like Namibia are going to be able to turn it around on towards FICO. One more hit from the Kunkka. Or rather, RSA actually had that one. I got confused. Wait. Namibia pulled off that perfect toss and skewer combination? That is impressive.
Twice! That's what I'm saying. Like, when it happened the first time, I also thought it was really good. But you have to remember, they're ancient. That's not bad. Like, they have decent mechanical skills and knowledge to throw these combos off. Another two-man stun, but...
There's no follow-up, though. This time around, the toss, I think the Magnus is quite glad the toss didn't actually land. Two-man skewer into the tower. Unfortunately, won't be enough. A snowball is going to finish the Magnus off, and FICO is going to play ring... is going to run circles around the tower, but B is going to be able to take him down and get himself a killing spree.
They really need this Queen of Pain to start rotating. Unfortunately, it's just not good on all lanes. All lanes are struggling right now. And we haven't actually seen the Pudge do much bottom. If we could get a good hook off... Dr. OG's got the ultimate.
Yeah, he can choose to throw it out. Of course, you do have the remnants available on that Ember too. But without the Ember planting a remnant, he does now. I believe the Queen of Pain could have possibly initiated upon that Ember Spirit.
I can't blame him for not going for it. It feels risky. It's a long cooldown. If you miss out, you can't rotate and help people. I think holding it was the right decision. Well, in the meantime, though...
Bot lane though, the Pudge unfortunately got caught out, but it won't be enough. He will be able to take down that Hoodwink. Meanwhile, Vengeful Spirit Blitz is in a lot of trouble. Cruising is on his tail, but with the Vengeful Spirit having the stun again and the rot from Defy, the hook though, he went for the hook instead of the chase. Cruising is going to throw down that Firestorm, is very low, but perhaps he can make something happen. All he needs is another swipe with the Ember Spirit coming in. He might actually just get a double kill here.
They do bring down B in the top lane using the Sonic Wave, but missing the hook allows him to bait them into their deaths. This is why... Oh, man, that was so rough. He could have hooked earlier when he was closer, but I don't know. I don't know what he was thinking. But they get two people down, so it's not that bad for Namibia.
I mean, I assume this is Shu, right? From the previous game, he has changed his nickname, so I'm not sure if it's the same player or if it's a stand-in. But we saw this in the previous game with his Shadow Fiend, and his rotations were always on point. And it seems like it's going to be a similar game where Namibia are going to be forced to make risky maneuvers. And at least this time around, they have the information. They should play for the fact that the Ember Spirit is going to be coming into helping his allies.
Oh, the Magnus dies top. He was by himself. The Tiny had already retreated earlier. A little bit unfortunate. I feel like the top lane has been the one that suffered the most. And indeed, Magnus is the lowest farm among all the cores. A big problem because he is, again, your main initiator. Okay. Is he
Preemptive
does he want to
blink,
go for
but
it?
it's fine anyway. But B is coming
Not
here, and
really.
with only one skill in that blink, the bushwalk, actually holding the Queen of Pain in place, and RSA are going to easily take down that Queen of Pain. Meanwhile, top side is going to be that combination that we all know and love, but this time around, RSA are going to be bringing in their Underlord, and with the X mark on towards that Magnus, bringing him back, and a Tuskar coming in. Actually, 4 heroes coming in. It seems like whoever stays from Namibia over here is going to end up dying. They lose 3 heroes in quick succession.
Oh, this combo is good, but unfortunately, when the enemies are Tusk and Kunkka, even if you catch them, they're so durable. If you could catch like a Hoodwink with that combo, shield melt. Oh, that was a miss, wasn't it?
Awkward. Yeah, it's
That was a miss.
that was a miss. Yeah,
That was a point blank miss. Oh,
It's different.
dear.
Listen, that it is a bit of a different skill to be missing in that position. I will tell you that. I have played. I'm a lot of Queen of Pain. The ultimates. It's okay.
To be fair, it's like hard to tell because it has an interesting animation. You're like, does it get bigger or what? But unfortunately, missing that means that they are able to, they lose that situation.
And they might even lose more with this Tiny going down too. Mega tryhard, positive mental attitude, beacon of hope is unstoppable. I wouldn't like for them to go back to their original nicknames, but we're here now. And over on this mid lane, Vengeful Spirit again, Blitz is in a world of trouble
B.
this time around. They find a turnaround on towards B, but there is Shu on his tail who's taking a whole lot of damage. We'll find the Remnant out though. So for RSA, it's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange, a support for a support.
Nice work there with the sharpshooter from a distance as well. So that the Ember, he was like losing a lot of health. He didn't want to go for it. Dr. OG kills every game going. But it kills the Hoodwink. What the hell?
6 and 15. This game is pretty even, at least as far as the kill feed goes, compared to last game. The net worth says something different, and with a punch coming in this time around, a Dismember is going to be disjointed by that snowball, and Ember Spirit landing that 4-man slide of fist. The hook isn't going to land, and the Hoodwink is coming in. Namibia need to be careful here. The Hoodwink this time around, the Sonic Wave from Dr. OG, it lands, and the Tusk is down. Of course, RSA, they are going to be forced to go back, at least momentarily. As I say that, though, there is that global presence from the Underlord who's going to be coming in from that pit and will be able to take Defy down, possibly even more heroes. But it seems, oh yeah, there, got the Magnus out too. And with a simple chase, it might actually end up being a full team wipe. 11 minutes in.
Did he just hook his own Tiny before he was about to die? Because the Tiny was TPing out, he hooked him, and that's why he got caught and died.
Last time around, I think the team wipe occurred at around 13 minutes.
Oh yeah, it's getting earlier for sure. Yeah, I think he did hook his ally. Oh no. Well, I'm not sure. We'll watch in the replay. Our production team is working. They're cooking a highlight reel of all these pudge hooks. As an X-Mark was about to come out, but doesn't land them. Oh, there's a hook.
Yeah, but again, need the follow-up. Kunkka, he's taking a lot of damage. Does manage to get through out that ghost ship, and that's a whole lot of damage out towards Defy. The snowball, though, was a bit too late. Of course, he wanted to find a target to snowball. Unfortunately, wasn't able to. And the Ember Spirit is going to come in. Meanwhile, Namibia are going to toss Blitz forward into the tower. He's looking for that RP. Unable to find a target for now. It's very risky to go for the RP on that Ember Spirit, and because of this, the Queen of Pain is going to end up suffering. Of course, both of the mid laners will be able to find that exit.
You're very happy if you're Namibia with that exchange. You bring down 2 for 1. You only lost the support. Unfortunately, it looks like you're going to be losing. Oh, the hook comes out. The bite is there. It should be a dead. It is. A dead Ember Spirit. Sonic Wave comes up. May not have been needed, but still, it's an Ember for a Tiny. You're really happy.
And it seems like RSA are not done, and Blitz is playing very aggressive despite of the fact that he's been giving away so many of these kills. Oh, the Matrix dodge coming in from B.
That's... Yeah, you're right. No, I'm looking at how many times did Blitz die? He died 7 times. That is nearly a third of his team's deaths. Definitely not really performing for them right now. Oh, Tiny has a Blink Dagger, so there is some catch available there. We go, the Tiny Blink Dagger is shown. Unfortunately, he gets hooked as he blinks in.
Not ideal. It seems like the synergy, which was on point over on that off lane, is no longer working for Namibia, as RSA are slowly but surely making their way. And now it's behind that tier 2 tower. With that snowball, they're going to be able to clean 2 heroes out. And it's again on towards Blitz. It's his 8th death.
Boom.
And perhaps Namibia, again, they're collapsing. This time around, it's not a full team wipe, but their Magnus was the only one who made it out of that one alive. And
Stop it!
oh man. Not gonna lie, if I was in that situation, I would have done the exact same thing as this hoodwink.
Yes, I think so. I think you call me mean, but yes, that's really the only thing you can do. You're winning, you know you're gonna win. You could just bring him down. You're like, yeah, let me do it.
And in the end, it does turn out to be a full team wipe because Magnus just ended up going down. Sure, it was after everyone else respawned, but RSA now on a 9,000 lead, and every time they take these team fights, they go further and further into Namibia territory. And for Blitz, things are not going to get easier as he's going to get taken down.
All right, I have a very important question for you. All right, wait, we might have a fight before that. And the toss comes out, toss on the hook.
Dismembered.
Yeah, there you go.
The blink in the Spear of Pain was enough, and Sonic Wave to go out too, on towards that Hoodwink, who is slowed down quite a bit. Another Scream of Pain is going to be able to do it, but unfortunately, Cruising for the Bruising came in with that pit, and they were able to turn it around. And with Roshan actually throwing the Tiny towards the Dire base, it's a bit of luck also favoring RSA.
Dr. OG's last tick of the Shadow Strike actually kills the Hoodwink because there is a tiny delay when you reach the base before the healing actually arrives. Did he? He did? Yeah, he did. He TP'd straight to Fountain, but just wasn't enough to actually get the healing in time. Alright, I mean, again, Namibia getting some kills, like being very active around the map.
I mean, to be fair, it's a lot easier to get kills with so much burst, right? Queen of Pain, pure damage, 500 pure damage is you can just throw it down because at the end of the day, you are faced up against 4 melee heroes.
Oh, I know what you mean, right? Like even the Pudge hook is also pure damage. It's max level, so he is going to be pushing out 360. Then you had another 500. Suddenly you're doing nearly 900 pure damage on any target you catch. Sorry, it adds up very quickly. Also,
for RSA though, they don't have the same kind of push as they did in the previous game. No Templar Assassin. The Kunkka as a carry does not really push all that well, even though he's going for all damage items. And where's that bot lane? Again, Cruising seems to come in with that pick time and time again, coming in clutch for his team. This time the hook is not going to land, and Faiko is in a world of trouble, but the Dismember is there to momentarily hold them in place. But the Kunkka as well as the rest of RSA come in. It's a full 5 versus Namibia's 2, and they're going to be able to take down both Blitz and Defy.
Okay, I want to ask you a question. Do you think the Kunkka is actually going for a Divine Rapier?
I saw it queued, and to be fair, I think he can give one Divine Rapier to the other side and still win.
What a nice guy, right? He's gonna give them a Divine Rapier. To me, I mean, South Africa, if they lose this, they have a whole other cushion to fall back on if they wanted to. But again, net worth wise, this is so much better than the previous game. And once they have the blink on the Magnus, which they do, actually, just finishes right now, could be a massive opening for the team.
Queen of Pain is actually surprisingly well farmed.
Yes, I agree. I see it as well, by the way. I'm like, that's a lot of gold. Unfortunately, they don't even have neutral items on the Radiant side. 3 of their heroes don't have neutral items. Tier 1 neutral items.
Oh man, that's
brutal.
A bit too much because they have so many. They have flash farming heroes, so they can clear the neutral creeps pretty easily. but I guess even though you do have a high rank, a high enough rank, there are still a few fundamentals missing. Perhaps you can offer some. I know you coach as well.
I coach some beginners. I don't know if I can coach a national team, but I would like to try. My friend was able to coach a team to Riyadh, and I'm like maybe I can do that as well.
Yeah, I
someday.
mean, Automu leading a national team. That's what we want to see. Meanwhile, a Magnus skewering someone in and a Hook to come in as well, but there's just too much counter initiation from RSA. Faiko goes in with that blink, but it seems like he's going to be in a world of trouble. Meanwhile, you have an Ember Spirit on the high ground who just remnants away. At the end of it, it's just going to be one kill, but it is a carry that they managed to bring down.
Ooh, that was almost a good catch here. X Mark was halfway through the animation, but the Magnus was able to get out of vision just in time. There you go. Big hit on the Tiny.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Kunka is throwing down these all of his spells, despite the fact that he has a Daedalus and his Tidebringer does about 700 to 800 damage. Oh man, that's a whole lot of damage. Is Blitz going to go for the swap though? No, turns out it's going to be a Hook and a Dismember on that Kunkka. The cavalry is coming with Cruising coming in with that pit, but it's not going to be enough. Kunkka is dead right now, and the rest of the 4 on Namibia are pretty low, but there's no follow-up, no backup coming in. There it is with Shu coming in for a triple kill, and perhaps it's going to be an ultra kill at the end of the day as he chases down that Queen of Pain.
Oh man, the RP lands on Ember, but he doesn't get the skewer off as Ember.
Oh, there it is. There is
Bye-bye.
the punishment that you want to be seeing, right? RSA, they are showing some disrespect. I mean, you can't go to the opponent's fountain against a hero that can toss you, against a hero that can swap you, and against a hero that can skewer you.
Yeah, and expect to not lose something out of it. As B and Hoodwink, they have been playing with each other. He actually holds him in. If he dies, it's gonna be because of the Tusk. Yep, this is a Tusk.
Stun and the Hook. Yeah, this is most definitely the Tusk. I wonder if RSA are going to reach the point of no return where they've messed around so much that Namibia turned the game around.
What? Oh! The Queen of Pain said, by the way, the Demon Edge is bought. We are halfway towards the Divine Rapier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, 2 heroes got out with those shards and rooted through that pit. Of course, there is the Hook again, so that's going to be perhaps the death of the Tuskar. But with Magnus coming in this time around, the skewer isn't really going to last. It is going to end up going down. It might just end up being yet another triple, or rather ultra kill for Ember should they chase further. That is the shortest pit that I have seen in a Dota game, but it works. The Magnus going in for a skewer again, but unfortunately he's chained down, and there is the second ultra kill of the game.
There is some positives though. By the way, they have a blade mail on the Pudge. You could use that to kill the Kunkka when he hits with the Divine Rapier, and we are seeing a lot of good, solid swap saves and blink tosses, blink RPs. Speaking of blink tosses, FICO damage, just standing there is like, oh my god.
He's waiting for the Hook. He's waiting so that the Pudge can actually hook the Hoodwink, but turns out, wow, the big brain play didn't work out because even the Hoodwink was playing 3D chess.
While I'm learning checkers, they are putting off all these amazing moves. Hook misses.
Nice attempt there. Do they have a ward there?
One sec.
Oh,
well,
this is dead. Yeah.
They actually don't have a ward there. Crazy. Just have a sentry. That's about it. He just kind of guessed that they were in that area.
Decent map awareness. You know, through these 2 days, we've gotten to look inside the minds of first Guardian team and then Crusaders, and now we are inside the minds of high ancient players.
And it's a pretty good mind, like.
Yeah, I'm actually impressed. Like a lot of the performances here show a very strong understanding of the basics and the fundamentals.
Exactly. At this point, like you've been playing Dota for 2,000-3,000 hours, you know it quite well. Might not know always what to do, but at least you know what can be done, basically. Or are they... Was there someone there? Looks like no. Just Hoodwick was able to make it out in time. Guardian Greaves finished up on the Underlord. Hoodwink's got a Rod of Atos. And the Kunkka has a Divine Rapier and 50 gold if he wants it. If he wants it.
Oh man, if he were to drop that down, it would be pretty insane. As Blitz is, I can't even blame him for this one. His crime was standing behind that tier 2.
There he is, Divine Rapier. Okay. Alright, let the throws begin, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. I suppose if he X marks himself and blinks forward, he can do a lot of damage with it. I think that's going to be the strategy. He's not just going to blink forward and that's it. He's going to X mark, goes in, see what he can do with it.
But, you know, it is in contrast to his nickname. You know, it's very disappointing because his nick says Omega Tryhard. And this is not tryharding. This is very much having some fun with the other team.
Isn't having fun a form of tryharding, right? Like, it's a good thing. This is not the fastest Rosh I've ever seen. As much as Kunkka, like, he's got a Divine Rapier, that's a lot of damage. He's more like I hit you every 3 seconds with a big hit than I have good sustained damage. You know what I mean?
I love how they left Tiny to reward despite having the slowest attack speed in this game. But again, Blitz is going to be cut out, is going to be forfeiting his life here as he's stuck inside of that shard. Not really anything to be found here. The Underlord, though, is going to go forward, but has he? Oh, wow, he found 2 of their heroes. He found all of the cores, in fact, and now with the Ember Spirit coming in with the Divine Rapier on that Kunkka, I want to see how much damage it does. Turns out it's not that much, but it's going to be enough. A 1,500 critical strike to end the life of that Queen of Pain, and Namibia go for the buyback. But the RP, it comes in, he's skewering all of the heroes back, but the snowball is there to save RSA's behind just for now as they try to make their exit. The Kunkka's Aegis is gone. If Namibia can take him down again, they can grab himself that Divine Rapier, but he's just a bit too quick for them, able to find that blink out. A Walrus Punch to finish the Vengeful off. Again, he does not have buyback, and meanwhile, the Ember Spirit finds that Remnant out again and again. This Magnus is coming in handy for Namibia. He finds those skewers.
Dude, he's 16-2. I was looking at him, I was like, how did you end on the enemy side? But, you know, you have hook, toss, and skewer. You can get someone from one side of your base to the other. And of course, Swap Blitz disconnects, but he is DC. Sorry, he's dead, so it doesn't make too much of a difference if he's here or not. By the way, the support Tiny has more net worth than the Pudge and the Magnus. The support Tiny.
He has been playing very well, right? He has found quite a lot of those tosses.
There you go, reconnect. Yeah, you know, sometimes I play with my brother, who is Guardian, and I play like support Slark or something that doesn't farm, and I end the game with twice as much net worth as him, who's the carry. It's unranked, of course. And I think to myself, my god, that's crazy. Psycho damage, needs to be careful. Nice dodge with the use.
Tiny, he might have dodged it for now though, but needs to be careful. Meanwhile, Kunkka's X Mark is going to be bringing him back to safety as the Ember Spirit goes forward. The Searing Chains on towards the Pudge is going to hold him in place. The Torrent is going to send him flying up into the air, and the rest of RSA are going to be there to finish Defy off. It is an unstoppable streak for this Kunkka. 53 kills, Otuo.
To 19, but in all honesty, this is the closest match we've seen so far in this tournament. So, despite Namibia, you know, getting their butts kicked, let's be honest, they are putting up resistance while it's happening.
I more think that RSA are allowing that to happen because it seems like they're more interested in farming heroes rather than actually closing this game out.
I agree. They're definitely enjoying their time as... Oh, the Queen of Pain. Is she gonna be fine? She's... Oh, the gate. Blink is ready. Oh, Lord. Yeah, it might be a hard catch for them to get her. There you go. Gets the chains off in the end.
Yeah, they're going to be taking him down. And does the Queen of Pain have buyback? Is the big question.
Nope. She does
So for
not
50
have
seconds,
buyback.
RSA can choose to push if they want to. If they want to close this game out and secure their position, by the way. If they win, they go ahead from Group B. But they seem to be playing with their food right now. As Omega Tryhard, he's queued himself a BKB, can buy it for now. And I'm, again, disappointed by this Kunkka. You would think that if you want to mess around and pick yourself up a Divine Rapier, you double down and get yourself another one.
Exactly, right? Like, if you're gonna go for this big boom attack, and it's not even a good BKB game. Swap, Dismember, Sonic Wave, RP, all go through it. None of them cares about your BKB. I can't believe at some point Sonic Wave was magic damage and you could just BKB and ignore it. I'm glad that was changed. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That was a big deal.
Now, Pudge doesn't exactly have the highest armor in the game.
Fair.
So,
But he's got Blade Mail. You know,
yeah, and he's
got,
also in the tier 3 tower, so he's also getting that bonus armor. So,
he had 21 armor just now with Phase Boots, Blade Mail, and into that. Oh, okay. Alright, could be a kill.
EKB activated, but the Ember Spirit on towards
Jeez.
3 heroes. The AoE is simply too much for Namibia as they lose their carry, they lose their support, and potentially they might lose just more. Where is that skewer when you need it? Turns out he's going to go in, but instantly getting rooted.
my.
Unfortunate for Namibia. The Tiny is dead without buyback. And now RSA are going to be making a move on those racks.
Underlord, great bit of malice, by the way. He's like, I think they're gonna TP, like gonna blink here. He's making sure that if Magnus blinks on top of him, then he can't skewer after using the RP. Very great foresight by him.
That's going to be the first racks for RSA. I wonder if Namibia are going to call it, because one thing is, Pudge players love to play till the very end because you can always hook into the fountain.
Yeah, I've seen. I mean, good luck for him as what? How much damage did she take from that one Kunkka hit? Well, it doesn't seem to make a difference as we're going to be losing Vengeful Spirit as well. There you go. They do get the Ember. It takes them a Dismember and an RP, but they get him down. Holy crap.
Oh man, just the Pudge alive, and it seems like Kunkka is more interested in chasing the Pudge down. But as I say that, the Ember Spirit is going to buy back, and it seems like RSA are going to be making a play on towards that mid-side racks, hoping to close this game out.
These Kunkka hits, by the way, are like 1,400, 1,700 damage. Oh, Hudwin gets hooked, but doesn't matter. She's got so much level. She actually lives throughout all that she takes.
Kunkka is actually pretty low, but with the Underlord keeping the rest of Namibia busy behind that throne, it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to grab that Divine Rapier. Meanwhile, it doesn't even seem like Namibia are going to be able to hold on to their lives as they're making a desperate attempt at reaching their fountain again. But again, with the two-man skewer coming in, but the snowball is going to save them for now. And the only casualty from RSA is going to be that Tusk, but it's not a big one.
Underlord!
I see that.
Alright.
Was able to get the kill on towards that Queen of Pain as well. RSA, at the end of it, they still haven't finished that mid lane of racks.
Again, the tower damage done impressive. Good solid skewer here, followed by a Dismember. The boat lands on both and the sharpshooter. 2 people down. RSA just... Oh man, everything Namibia tries, RSA already has a counter for it, planned way beforehand. Okay, Link in by the Queen of Pain, but she actually goes back because of the X marks the spot. Ember Spirit, he's caught in deep, but he is an Ember and they haven't been able to lock him down this entire game. Not looking good, Mr. Tultris.
It's not looking good at all. I mean, the one thing is RSA, Ember Spirit did buy back, so if they were to catch him out without buyback and then somehow take the Kunkka down and grab the Divine Rapier for themselves while the Ember Spirit is down, then perhaps they can make something happen. But as I say that, Automo, you look at the map and you see that all 3 tier 1 towers are still up and standing. So for RSA, they have 4 glyphs if they need it.
No, it's a tall order for them. As I do see a bunch of Yule Scepters. Ember Spirit has luckily has a spirit to jump to. As Underlord throws out his ultimate, who's he going to be able to catch? So far, no one. Ooh, the hook! Oh, it catches the minions instead. Very unfortunate.
Blitz does have a Glimmer Cape.
Yes. We're not seeing people be as poor as before, even in pro matches. You can't shut down someone completely for the entire game like you used to. Oh, second Divine. There you go. Or... Oh yeah, it's being delivered.
Yeah, I wonder how much damage it's going to do. Surely more than 2,000 at this point, right? But I wonder if he'll be able to crack 2.5k.
He does the 1,000 with regular hits. So, you know, should be 2,200, something like that. That's the graph. That is a nasty graph. Look how much heroes are at the bottom. Like, everywhere you look, there's like so many heroes being killed by the dire side.
We are approaching what seems to be the final play for Namibia. One last defense. You decided for RSA. You can only hope that they are smiling at this because, again, one more win. I mean, this win, and they qualified through.
By the way, they saw the amplified damage pass by through the courier, and they're like, "I want to pick this up. I want to give it to the Kunkka, and we'll see what he can do with it." He's almost level 25. He's gonna have the extra Tidebringer cleave damage. Ooh la la, that's gonna be so painful.
Kunkka inside of the Roche Pit, I mean, they do have that amplified damage. I do expect it to run out by the time that RSA make it towards that high ground. But at the end of the day, you have a safety net for that Aegis. You do have 2 Divine Rapiers.
If I'm not mistaken, Kunkka should be critting for about 6,000 damage if he like cleaves it, you know, because he's gonna be having 270% cleave if he takes the talent, and he's gonna have a 2.25 critical. Yeah, he takes the cleave. All right, let's see how much he's gonna do.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
We're not able to see it quite just yet, but that's before reduction, I assume.
Yes, I mean, but it's still, even if you reduce the damage by half, you're still taking 3,000 physical damage to the face.
I wonder if you'll be able to one-shot anyone, as I think this is the moment that RSA are going to be committing. They have planted down that banner, and it's a toss on that Underlord to start it, but the Kunkka cleave, like you mentioned, is going to come in, and perhaps Namibia on their last stand right now, and RP in a desperate attempt to Hail Mary, but it's not going to matter. Kunkka is on an ultra kill, and perhaps he's going to dive that fountain for that much desired rampage, but the fountain is dealing quite a lot of damage. There we go. Omega tryhard, positive mental attitude, beacon of hope on a rampage.
Alright, do you know how much damage he did to Tiny with one hit? He did 3,700 damage. We were talking about, right? Because, and you were saying, like, before reduction, I'm like, yeah, but even if you reduce by half, he didn't reduce by half, he reduced it by a third, from 6,000 to nearly 4,000, one hit. Wow, that was perfect.
They still throw down that glyph, so it seems like Namibia, they may be down, they're not out.
Well, they'll be out very soon.
Yeah, there's no denying that. I have lost my optimism, and I have come over to the dark side, Otimo. And,
our side has cookies, by the way, and faster games as well.
RSA.
Well, that's 3 big circles. Does he have Gleipnir or something? Those are very big circles. No, just they're bigger than I thought.
I think his scepter has something to do with it, but RSA on that throne, doesn't matter if they dive the fountain, doesn't matter if Namibia are going to be able to defend, which it doesn't even seem like they're going to be able to. The throne will collapse, and RSA, 23 and 72 on that kill feed, 37 minutes in, are going to secure their position, are going to be qualifying through Group B for Iesf through the African qualifiers.
Yep, South Africa will be represented by, ironically enough, South Africa. Again, we're not sure if if they're going to be representing the whole Africa region or there's going to be some sort of competition with the Group A. We're not sure, but for now, kudos to them. This was like from the start. You get a double kill and first blood. I think. Oh, it was first blood for Kunka, but still, you give a kill to the Ember. He gets a fast bottle. Goes a long way towards securing his lane against the Queen of Pain. Here they get 2 kills. FICO. Come on, man. These highlights are very fast. Very fast highlights, I must say.
Yeah, and I actually remember back for the Valorant as well. These highlights were very well crafted by the production, and it's pretty interesting to see. Now, I would like to see, these are just the African qualifiers. We should have a lot closer of competition, I feel, for some of the Asian qualifiers, some of the Oceanic qualifiers, and perhaps even some of the European qualifiers. So I am definitely looking forward to that. I very much doubt that those countries will have too many players outside of that immortal bracket.
Yes, it's like, if Malaysia or China or Philippines are playing, everyone's going to be in the top 300 basically. So these are very well established countries within the region of an established region basically. As my god, the diving here. I can't believe that they were on high ground in less than 20 minutes, and still took them 37 to actually win the game. Because they were fountain farming them at 20.
Certainly took their sweet time with it, but as you were mentioning, right? I only expect the competition at the International Esports Federation to constantly increase because you are seeing more representation in Dota on a stage like the International as well. Right?
Yep.
New Southeast Asian teams going in, and I believe between the International and EWC, you have, I believe, more than 10 players from the Philippines who are going to be competing. That is a huge number, a huge representation from a single country. I don't think it's happened before in TI though, and that's what's exciting to me. That means that the more IESF goes on, it's obviously, I think it's been there for around 10 years, and I'm feeling really excited for the next 10 years. When you'll have more competition, more teams coming up, more players coming up for this auspicious occasion.
Oh, I'm looking at the Kunkka right now for a big cleave. Boom! There you go. That's how we do it. Man cleaves them with 3,000 damage per hit.
And the Kunkka actually won up to the Ember Spirit, right? Because the Ember Spirit got 2 ultra kills, but the Kunkka got the Rampage.
Which is all... just crazy seeing it. A nice sportsmanship from Namibia, by the way, telling them good luck going further. And they'll probably need some luck if they go up against Egypt. But looking at it, this has been the closest and longest match we've casted so far. Namibia, kudos to them for putting up such a performance. And I remind you, they had huge internet issues and they still showed up.
Yeah, and that's, not something to scoff at, because playing with internet is a very uncomfortable experience. But it's not just Namibia, right? It's also Nigeria. It's the rest of the teams that also showed up. 5 teams in group number A, 3 teams in group number B. You don't have perfect internet because you don't have African servers in Dota 2, so you have to play from far away. But from the teams brought in to the fact that they stuck it through until their throne collapsed, just having a great overall time, to the shout outs that you received and not me, all of it was pretty wholesome, and I hope that it translates into some of the other regions for IESF too.
I feel the same, right? It's nice to see people come here, do their best, have some fun, and no one's salty, no one's like, I hate you, and I hope you lose next. Like, everyone's always commending their opponents, wishing them luck in the next stage of the tournament. So it's nice to foster that image between countries as well. I know it's like a very small thing through esports, but I mean, it's better than nothing. It's a good impression of them that you have.
Definitely. And I think, Automo, it's time to make one final deal, right? This is the end of the African qualifiers, but this is a good one. This is going to be good, I promise you. So the deal is going to be, how much time do you think it'll take for an African team to reach the international. And we're talking about years here, right? I'm not saying that, we're going to see it this year or next year or even in the next 2-3 years, but we need to have a figure.
I feel like it'll take like something like 5 years, assuming Valve starts developing the region now, like with some sort of like DPC sort of thing. Until then, there's just not that much interest in some countries. There is, but not all of them, and you need a more competitive scene there, like a more competitive tournament esports ecosystem. Until that happens, it's gonna take too long. So yeah,
I want to hear a number.
5 years. Yeah, 5 years after
okay.
Valve.
5 years. Okay, so let's do 6, right? So within 6 years, you're going to go for after 6 years.
Sure, after 6 years. I'm willing to go as high as you want. If you say 8, I'll say, oh yeah, sure, above 8. It's just not an interest for the region, the Dota 2 right now, and Valve hasn't really stepped on it to get those players into the game yet.
Yeah, I do. I mean, to be fair, I don't think Valve will. They do have a very hands-off approach to most of their games, and they're busy doing their own thing. But the good thing is, right, the community that we have seen build itself up, and even at IESF, it's essentially filled with players and people who love the game, right? That's at the end of the day how we've gotten to this stage. So in my opinion, an African team making it to TI isn't dependent on Valve. It's actually dependent on the community. The people who come in to watch, the people who support their players, and the players themselves who grind it out. It might even be Team Nigeria. I'm back to the optimism, by the way, because the game's over.
I can tell a bit too much also. No, I disagree. As much as I don't want to disagree, it is up to the people who run the system to give you steps to climb up. It's like saying, climb that tree. You're like, if I don't have any ladder or equipment, you're like, yeah, just climb it. As much as you might want to, it may not be possible. You need to have the infrastructure and the support of the people running the show. So yeah, until Valve puts a DPC system in Africa, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah. But I'm at least glad, that IESF is giving a platform to these players. Don't have anything else like it, from as far as I know, that gives a dedicated platform to the underserved regions in Dota 2, in the other esport titles, for these players to come up and actually compete. Not only for arbitrary titles, but for real money. Remember, the IESF European Championship, $15,000. And then when all of this accumulates, it's going to be a major big LAN with probably, I think last year was $150,000 on the line, and it might even be similar. Don't exactly have the details, don't have the information, but it's not going to be a small pool. It can be life-changing.
Yeah, I mean, we started off with, I think like when this first one was like a 20, it goes up to like 40, 50, 100, and last year was 160, actually, not even 150, 160. So who knows? This year it could be $250,000 or more. We don't know, but it'll be interesting to see. And also, once we get more information about it, something we're excited about. But when we ask the organization, they're like, "Hold your horses, just calm down. But we'll announce it when we're ready. Give us time."
Yeah, and I mean, that could be anyone. That could be anyone. Of course, it's going to be the best, right? But the idea is. And for anyone who hasn't seen it, I would recommend. Have you seen Free to Play? Remember the dog? Remember the series that came out after? I don't know exactly. I think it's been 10 years, right?
Is it the one for what's his name? The Warcraft 3 player?
It's the one with Dendi, HY, and Fear, right? The obstacles that they had to overcome in order to continue their love for the game, and look how far they've gotten. Fear, probably one of the most highly respected players in the scene. He's still in it. That's how much love he has for the game. That could be you, but of course, at the end of the day, you always have to keep trying, keep improving, and keep coming on to IESF. And if you just love the game, then keep tuning in to IESF, as there are going to be many more qualifiers. We have qualifiers for Asia, for Europe, for the Oceanic region, and just all around across 4 game titles. Just too many games to be had. So if you're a game fan, do check it out.
Yep, but that's gonna be us for this stream is over. There's no more games for today, so we're gonna be calling it. On behalf of production, we want to thank you all for tuning in, and me and Toltwist are also very grateful for everyone who showed up. Until next time, have a good day and happy grinding in Dota 2.